If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 25, the most damning evidence yet. Has it been discovered, or has it yet to be discovered? We will be dissecting even more information regarding the latest catfish information released by law enforcement December 2021, as well as a few other issues and other individuals in the case. Obviously, there's a lot to go over, and we will be doing it in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, remaining objective and not falling for any of these logical fallacies like all these other so-called true crime aficionados fall for. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this episode. Keep the awareness up in this case and other cold cases or unsolved cases. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, what I want to start off with today is simply a possible identification on an individual in a vest. I don't know how often this has been gone over. This was posted on the, this was posted on one of the Mindshock YouTube videos. And this individual bears some similarities to Keegan Klein. But I don't know if I can conclude that it's him. The guy standing next to him is credited as Eric Williams, friend of Abigail Williams? What does that mean, friend? So let's go over news footage shot on the night of the 13th, February 13th, 2017, the night before the bodies were discovered. And what we can glean from this footage, it's quite disturbing for a lot of different reasons. So we have this guy here being credited as friend of Abigail Williams, Eric Williams. And let's listen to what he says here.
Now many are on an extensive search to find them.
Ravines, ditches, trash cans for phones, any sign of the girls, and anything we can find to just find them.
Anybody else catch that?
Any sign of the girls and sign of the girls, the girls.
Is he starting to say victims before he says girls? Now again, that doesn't point suspicion at him in any direction, but if other people or law enforcement were constantly using the word victims, then it would be natural for him to repeat it if that's what he's been hearing for hours and hours and hours, but that's one curiosity. Now here's another curiosity.
Deputies, firefighters, and local police are checking every crevice and nook.
Looking for answers, looking for the girls, looking for the girls, looking for the girls, looking for the girls.
Who is that guy? Do we know who this guy is? I mean, does he kind of look like Keegan Klein? He's wearing a safety vest. Now, what's interesting, his voice, he has a raspy sounding voice. Is it an like a gravel type voice that makes him sound much older than he is?
Looking for answers, looking for the girls. Looking for answers, looking for the girls. Looking for answers, looking for the girls.
I'm sure this has been discussed about online. I haven't seen too much discussion of it, though, so this is the first time we're going over it on Mindshock. But he's got a curious look. He's got a raspy voice that makes him sound older than he is, and there's one little micro expression here. You guys catch that? Now, is it simply him grimacing from the cold? It says 35 degrees here on the news report on this channel that it's on, 18. Is that him grimacing from the cold? Or is it some kind of weird duper's delight? Again, I am not insinuating any of these individuals are responsible for anything. I'm asking questions. I'm exploring curiosities, asking questions, because even if, again, I am not alleging that the down the hill voice is the voice of the murderer. I have no information to deduce that. So even if this guy here is the guy who's saying down the hill, that doesn't mean he's guilty of any crime. I am not alleging he's guilty of any crime. He might not be. Even if it is his voice. And I'm not saying it is. Because again, we don't know what kind of enhancement protocols or software the down the hill audio clip that we have has gone through. So we don't know how accurate it even is. I don't know if this guy has been identified. I don't know. So that's what we're starting off with. You guys can comment thoughts and theories. It's definitely weird. If somebody knows who the guy is, okay. It's long been theorized that the searcher might have been responsible in some capacity, especially if the girls were taken to a secondary location, possibly still alive that night. Once the main search concludes, there could possibly have been an attempt to move the bodies back. Again, we have the thermal drone, which did not detect bodies at sunset. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. Let's continue on here to the Anthony Shots profile. This is wishtv.com. This was posted December 16th, 2016. 500 calls come in on Anthony Shots profile, possibly a part of Delphi murders by Demi Johnson. News 8 has learned hundreds of tips. Wow, hundreds have come into authorities about a social media profile that may be connected to the 2017 Delphi murder of 2 teens. It's a new development in a story News 8 was the first to report last week. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby said investigators have received about 500 calls since the information on the fake Anthony Shots profile was released last week by Indiana State Police. The next day, News 8 broke the story connected Keegan Klein to the account. At least 3 women have told News 8 that they received disturbing messages from either the Anthony Shots profile or the personal account of Keegan Klein. Wow, okay, what does this tell us now? Because if this guy's that sloppy, he's interchangeably using the Anthony Shots and his own personal account. I mean, that's an interesting wrinkle. Can he really be some genius mastermind that got away with this? News 8 is not using the names of the 3 women who openly shared their information. A podcast called The Murder Sheet talked to another woman who said her interactions with Klein started when she was only 12 years old. He would just tell me how beautiful I am, that I should come stay the night at his house, let him take me out of state, said the woman on the podcast. I mean, how disturbing is that? Klein admitted to state and federal agents that he opened the account just 12 days after the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German near Delphi in February 2017. Open the account? I mean, we have evidence to the contrary in the form of screenshots, unless they're all fake, regarding him liking Liberty German's photos. Abigail 13, Libby 14 went out to the Monon High Bridge Trail near Delphi for a walk on February 13, 2017, and what happened next is mostly a mystery. The next day, their bodies were found nearby. Klein was not arrested until more than 3 years later. Klein on Thursday was in the Miami County Jail in Peru, Indiana on 30 felony charges that include child porn and child solicitation. Klein admits getting more than 100 sexual pictures and videos of underage girls using the Anthony Shots profile. So far, Indiana State Police has not publicly connected Klein with the girls' deaths, but investigators have talked about the Delphi case in both of their news releases about Klein and the social media account. The most recent news release came Monday after News 8 reporting on investigators who acknowledged the delay in Klein's arrest. They said they've contacted dozens of secondary investigations based on information in the murders of Abby and Libby. We want to stress that Klein has not been charged in the murders of Abby and Libby. No one has. Klein was supposed to be in court Thursday, but a judge canceled the appearance. Klein is now scheduled to go on trial in May. Wow. Also, something that we didn't really talk about, I mean, in exploring every single rabbit hole that I just started thinking about recently, the audio was released on February 22nd. So theoretically, I mean, I'm not saying this is true in any way, but theoretically, the down the hill could have been from any time and any day. Theoretically. And the photos were released February 15th. The bodies were found the 14th. And of course, if you haven't checked out the podcast on the trail cam footage, we don't have 100% irrefutable evidence that these photos came of so-called bridge guy walking the bridge who may or may not have been responsible or involved in the crime. We don't know where those came from. And a poster actually pointed out something curious. Why didn't they wait till he got why didn't they release the video or image from when he was at least a couple steps closer to them, because he's so far away? Now, that could be for a number of different reasons. Now, if you do believe in some kind of law enforcement conspiracy or complicity to cover something up, then they would release something grainy on purpose to stonewall the investigation. Or is it possible that Libby or Abby, if Libby was the one recording at the time, did she try to pocket or hide the phone so that is the closest image? Although that's still kind of hard. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to believe either of these scenarios. If it's from a trail cam, then of course they could get a still of him even closer. But again, all of this is obviously conjecture. We have no idea what's true or untrue. Obviously, law enforcement has released so much conflicting information. It's really impossible to deduce any of this definitively. So, obviously, there are a number of people associated with Keegan Klein and the people that he tried to exploit and had exploited. Now, there's just so much damning evidence against Klein, not necessarily in the Delphi murders, but just in general. I mean, it's astounding. Here's another article from art19.com regarding the Murder Sheet podcast. A 27-year-old Indiana man named Keegan Anthony Klein has been brought up in connection with the 2017 murders of Liberty German Abigail Williams in Delphi, Indiana. He currently stands accused of using social media to catfish and coerce young girls. This week, the Murder Sheet spoke with a woman named Kayla. She told us that Klein catfished her when she was just 12. Over the next few years, he would threaten and abuse her online. In one chilling anecdote, Kayla recalled meeting Klein at a public park. She said he became furious with her for bringing along a friend. Due to the disturbing allegations contained in this episode, we submitted a tip to authorities using the Delphi hotline with Kayla's permission. And this is the Murder Sheet, the Delphi Murders, Kayla's Story podcast. So here we have Klein. This woman is saying she met Klein at a park, and she also brought along a friend for safety or whatnot. So that's curious. So does that make it more likely that Klein had a certain MO where he would try to meet girls in person, not just online? And is there a history of him becoming furious when one of them brings a friend? So this is this a pattern here? But again, for whatever reason, they are not announcing that he's been connected to the Delphi murders. They are not announcing him formally as a suspect or charging him with the Delphi murders. Why is that? Whatever touch DNA they may or may not have, does it not match him? Is that why they can't charge him? Even if they do believe he was there? So do they believe he had an accomplice? Now, some people commenting on this podcast do bring up interesting points. It's interesting that in the little bit I've seen, there is no notion of having been catfished. She doesn't say she was shocked and disgusted when she saw him, just that he became angry. It seems clear that if they did meet up, they had exchanged real pics and maybe even real identities. That's an interesting, That's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things here. Now, does that mean that obviously that doesn't mean he wasn't also catfishing other people? So, but it's curious. He's this brazen to use, if this is true. I'm not alleging it is or it isn't. If this is true, he's brazen enough to use his real identity and meet up with minors at a park. I mean, that's weird. And then he also apparently has anger issues over her bringing a friend. Now, if this scenario repeated, whether he catfished or not, let's say theoretically, if he's the guilty party, if he did catfish Libby and she brought Abby along, would he be more angry with Libby? And does the rumored information about Libby being brutalized much worse than Abby in their murders, does that point to Klein? Based on this account here from this other woman who said she had met with Klein at a park. But apparently, based on the information, there's no mention of being catfished. Some people allege that this entire interview with this Kayla individual was staged for podcast views or whatever, because it fits it's too neatly fitting. But on the other hand, there's no catfish here. She could have claimed to be catfished. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole and accuse anybody of lying about anything. It's very disturbing. Obviously, everything is a question mark. All right, let's look at this interesting post on the Delphi Murders subreddit regarding a leak early on in the investigation. This was posted by LBK80. So the redacted document states Blank and his son, KK, were located at the residence when the search was done February 25th, 12:35 p.m. I keep thinking about how strange it is that the S5 has a factory reset done on February 23rd, and that KK returned with redacted, I'm assuming his father, from Vegas on February 25th in time to be home when law enforcement showed up to execute the warrant. February 25th also appears to be the day in which the investigation headquarters moved from City Hall over to the REMC building for more space. My conspiracy theory mind can't help but wonder if there was a leak and KK and or his father were tipped off that law enforcement were looking at them and or were planning to search the residence in advance of it happening. It's also interesting to me that the other devices taken in the search were not reset, and app deletions on the 5C didn't happen until after the polygraph. Unless it was just a coincidence, wondering why the 5C didn't have a factory reset done to it on the 23rd with the S5, and that is a curious coincidence that they just happened to come back in time for the search warrant to be executed. That's curious. Also, why are they randomly going to Las Vegas right after the murders? I mean, that's kind of weird as well. Some people believe Klein's father is also involved in some capacity. I don't know what to make of that either. So some responses here. The other devices were old. It states that they hadn't been utilized since a year, at least, earlier. One of them said something about being powered on but not utilized. It's super weird considering he said things like he knew he was expletive and he should have left. They were either tipped off or he knew something about the murder. Everyone keeps saying things like he was involved in some big pedo ring and the dark web, etc., but like the guy didn't even have a computer. Seems weird to me. Some other responses, we don't really know if he had a computer or not, just that none were found. Klein's iPhone 5C wasn't found at first. We can assume it was hidden. His dad's iPhone 6 must have been hidden as well. Perhaps there was a computer that wasn't found either. And if he did have a laptop and he kept it somewhere else, obviously that's possible. If they wiped the phone 2 days prior, soon after it became known that Libby's phone was recovered, perhaps they destroyed the computer. Was it a laptop that he sold or gave to a friend? Not sure when that occurred. All good points there. Another interesting post here by Kristen1031. All very good points. I would like to point out that there is no proof they went to Vegas either. Those photos could be from some other time. His dad posted stuff in 2018 that was referencing 2017. So it could all be a smokescreen to create an alibi. Oh, so are they saying that they were in Vegas for a period of time preceding the murders to make it look like they couldn't have been in Delphi? Klein's friends have said he never went anywhere and definitely was not traveling around like he claimed to be. He is a pathological liar given everything he was professing about himself. Others said that if he did go to Vegas, he could have ditched the laptop there. Another response here by Lanky. I suspect this as well. No casino job, no UNLV, no Warped Tour. But we know at some time they did go to Colorado and Nevada. Maybe they went in February to establish some type of proof of alibi, like buying an S5 from an individual in Vegas and using it to talk to hookers to replace the missing iPhone 6. Klein said he packed another bag and took it to Vegas, meaning he had to explain why stuff was missing. I believe a computer was missing too, and he had to explain. Not that I think he actually took a computer to Vegas. Well, he could have taken a laptop or a small computer. Very weird. Very, very weird. Some more interesting points here. I've wondered if the delay in handing Klein off to ISP for prosecution under state law is because he signed a consent to let the FBI assume his online identities, allowing them to go undercover for a few years to see what else they can come up with. It makes sense to me to wait until the accounts have no use anymore before you file charges against Klein, so you don't tip off others that the accounts have been compromised. That's a good point. That is a good point. Another post here. I've often wondered why they got the new building in September when there are only 2 Carroll County detectives working this case. Why a building? Seems like a lot of money for one case. I thought it was because they did not want any other eyes on it. Especially now, and given what we just found out, we can see why that would be for sure. So let's move on to another post here by Mr. Raider WFC. How I see the recent developments due to my 10 years working as a detective investigator. I want to start off by making this very clear so there is absolutely zero confusion. I have absolutely zero insider information from anyone that has been directly heavily involved with investigating the terrible crimes committed in Delphi. I have no relationship with anyone in or close to the family or in the community. In general, that would be of extreme value when interpreting the cause of the very limited information that has been made publicly available. I have a couple of people I consider friends and colleagues that work for the Indiana State Police that have thrown around some of their feelings and aspects about the case in a way people inside law enforcement would call talking shop with someone that knows how it works, but it was not based on direct heavy knowledge of the evidence or investigation. I am in zero way claiming my following interpretation is correct. I am simply offering up my perspective as someone that has received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, currently working towards my master's in criminal justice and public safety, worked for a handful of years as an officer and detective in Indiana, and will have 5 years as a PI and licensed bail enforcement agent in the state of Indiana. I have worked with departments in Indiana and a few other states in an official capacity as a hired consultant. Now that I have given my qualifications, I want to explain the point of this post. I have received a very warm welcome with several people making me feel more than welcomed here and making it clear they were interested in my opinion and the possible insight I may be able to offer as someone who has worked criminal investigations firsthand. So I thought I would do a little digging and looking into publicly available information using some of the techniques I have learned to see if I could come to any strong feelings about what type of events may have unfolded to lead to our current state of things regarding the most recent news about Klein and his interview and later arrest for allegedly possessing explicit illegal media depicting abuse of children, as well as his own admission of using fake profiles to engage underage girls in conversation under false pretenses. I gave my initial thoughts about what I thought were the most likely causes of the arrest as a comment in another post that I will link to for those interested. All that said, here we go. I have went back and reviewed the press conference in 2019 when we learned certain aspects for the first time. In the 2019 press release, information was revealed to the public along with a new sketch that was said to be created before the first sketch a few years ago, and were given the explanation that the investigation was heading in a new direction and that this new sketch was the person they believe responsible for the double homicide of Liberty and Abigail in Delphi. During the press conference, Doug Carter said, "We have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch which you will see shortly is the person responsible for the murder of these two little girls." Further clarification was given in a press release shortly after that gave even more details as to the shift in focus. The press release stated, among other things, as the investigation has matured and past has been reassessed, it is the belief of investigators of the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released in April more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders. Kelsey German also confirmed that a recent development was what she was told or was led to believe caused the shift. My key takeaway there, as someone who has worked criminal investigations, is the result of new information. Investigations are a constantly evolving thing. They have to be fluid, and you must follow where the evidence takes you. This led me to looking into what the new evidence may have been. Some of the most common are witnesses remembering additional information, new forensic evidence that rule out or in certain theories that were being held, a new witness coming forward and shedding new light. My search led me to a podcast and beliefs held by a pair of gentlemen that I happened to have spent time reading their opinions and theories for quite some time and generally believe really know their stuff when it comes to crime, criminals, and investigations. Podcasts are not something I would give much validity to typically, however, this one is slightly different. Jim Clemente is a man that spent over 20 years working for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. Francie Hakes is also a formerly federal prosecutor and was the initial coordinator for child exploitation, which is a job appointed by the U.S. Attorney General. On their episode covering the case, Jim Clemente says the following: "I think that what must have happened is they have taken these leads, they have interviewed literally thousands of people, and they have found someone who looks at that video that they released and says, yes, I definitely saw that guy minutes before the girls came by, and I saw his face, and that's where this sketch came from." And so the other sketch was somebody saw in the area and was suspicious about. Turns out it's a guy who's sexually interested in children who's had multiple arrests for it, right? A couple of minutes later, Francie responded with the following: "The police obviously know who they're looking for and spent a significant amount of time looking for the man in the sketch, and as you said, Jim, that man, it turned out recently, was arrested and was a sex offender. But what we found out recently was he is apparently not the killer." They further clarified on their podcast Facebook that those statements came as a direct result of information they have received from their sources. And I went over this on the Mindshock podcast as well. A lot of people seem to have a hard time understanding that this initial bridge guy was arrested and apparently cleared. No longer a POI presently, as stated by official police releases. I don't know why people have such a hard time with that. And let's continue here. What furthers my belief that this is very likely indeed the case is the sudden, jarring, and frankly disheartening to the public drastic pivot or change in the investigation. Right after the second sketch was released, I was firm in my belief that they had recently started their investigation from scratch. The drastic differences between sketches and the later verification that they are not the same man, and the second sketch is now the man they believe is their suspect, immediately felt familiar to me. I need to interject here because Doug Carter had repeatedly stated that no one had seen the killer and that the killer is a combination of both sketches or something to that effect. It was really weird. But let's continue this post here. That is the attempt to reignite tips and potential witnesses to come forward because detectives were forced to throw out their primary theory and biggest suspect due to information they didn't have previously that made it very clear their theory could not be correct. The only way you come out with a new sketch and make those statements is if you are forced to make such a sweeping change. The arrest of the man depicted in the first sketch and some way or another undoubtedly clearing him would be a huge blow to authorities. I have been in a similar situation, and when something that big happens, what you are trained and taught to do, you start over from scratch. That needs to be done in the Maura Murray case as well. You go back through everything collected in the beginning. Witness statements, sketches provided, the movements of both girls, and immediately family that day via statements at the time, all forensic evidence reports that was learned from victims' phone records and social media. You go over all the interrogations from people brought in for questioning at the start of the investigation. It's a painful thing for detectives and especially for the victim's family. It's necessary, though. If something that large happens due to a development, you can't just keep all the same beliefs and simply swap out one witness sketch for another. This guy definitely sounds like he knows what he's doing. That leads me to believe the information we have learned about a 27-year-old man named Keegan Anthony Klein. Klein was arrested August 29, 2020 on 30 counts, including child exploitation, child pornography, and obstruction of justice among them. Through the arrest affidavit that I will link below, we were able to learn that the arrest was the result of information they received through serving a search warrant on the property Klein was staying at through an interrogation that took place not even 2 full weeks after the murder of the girls, and Klein confessing to multiple crimes of attempting to meet underage girls, receiving illegal photos, sharing them through Dropbox with an unidentified party, and doing all of this via deception and false pretenses. Police also at some point received information by the Crime Analysis Center from items collected during the serving of the warrant that contributed to the arrest. The big things I took away here: the fact that Klein was interviewed, one of not too many that had warrants issued in search in relation to the crime investigation way back in February of 2017 for possible involvement with homicides, totally fits with the idea that the investigation was forced to hit a reset shortly before the 2019 press conference. I have been a part of investigations where the person you believed you were looking for turned out to not be the guy. Perhaps a terrible guy guilty of other bad things, but not the thing you are responsible for getting justice for. We immediately hit the reset, went back to the start, tried to throw every preconceived notion out, and looked at the evidence. In that process, it's extremely logical that someone they were so interested in 10 or so days after the murders, they served warrants, seized items, interrogated, polygraphed, and who knows what else potentially would be a very logical person to circle back to. A person you would again want to look at very closely. So at this point, we know eventually he's arrested for other crimes aimed at the victimization of children, and we know that the authorities have asked for anyone that may be able to provide information if they were messaged by a profile with the name of Anthony Schatz to reach out. They haven't said he is a suspect or prime suspect for the murder of Liberty and Abigail. However, they have clearly allowed the possibility of a connection in some form between Klein and whoever is responsible for their despicable killing. So that got me thinking. When we look into crimes, we don't assume anything without tangible, verifiable fact. And you may not jump to a crazy, unlikely theory, but until you have proof of what did happen, you cannot rule out anything. That said, there are a lot of smart people in law enforcement. There has been a large amount of data collected on the most common ways perpetrators like this one are able to take advantage of openings in our society to do terrible things. Most crimes are committed by a person known to the victim. However, the Delphi case does have some of the biggest signs that this was a crime committed not out of passion because of a close relationship, but for gratification. I think most people would agree when they heard about what happened, that is a logical step to look into the girls' interactions online. Only authorities know if they have substantial evidence that Klein himself directly spoke with either girl, or if they do not have evidence to support that 100%, they may believe it's possible or likely. However, it was clearly something he was doing to quite a few girls that fit similar victimology for Klein. But when factoring in these things as well as what I saw in the press conference, that goes to my main theory in a moment. I believe that law enforcement originally brought in Klein to interview. They got his statement, his polygraph, the electronic devices, but likely cleared him or at least felt that there were stronger avenues and suspects to look into. So they sent the stuff off for analysis and basically said they would make sure someone else deals with those crimes, are given a heads up about him while they continue to chase down leads for the murders. However, the man in the first sketch is arrested for unrelated things. Investigators find out and start looking into him and clear him, whether by DNA or other means, and that forces the reset and fresh start from scratch at the case. Which is when they start looking back at Klein and the information they gathered there and take an interest, perhaps even find something that has new context, or that they didn't believe was of the most significance when they were looking for the first sketch, and they start to pursue that angle. At which point you would reestablish contact with Klein. If I were the lead investigator, I would do so by trying to put as much heat on him as possible, seemingly out of nowhere, to Klein after that amount of time had passed. But there are other tactics. What are these tactics aimed for? The thing that caught their attention when they started from scratch gave them real reason to believe Klein may know the killer, personally or only over the internet. And we know that Klein did share images and possibly more with at least one other person, and that is not at all uncommon for pedophiles to work inside a network of like-minded pedophiles. I am fairly confident that not only do they believe or have information Klein knows a serious suspect, but that he has been in contact with him to some degree. If I'm an investigator and I have reason to believe I have found out something that suggests that, and I know that I have the person in hot water because of proof of very serious crimes that can send them away for multiple decades, I feel like I just hit the lottery. The FBI has issued guides to running criminal informants and material witnesses, and they even state in those that criminal informants are the best tool or asset law enforcement agents have at bringing down criminals. And to all the coincidence theorists out there that believe that criminal informants are just rarely used and should never be brought up in crazy conspiracy theories, here we have yet another investigator that is clearly admitting here that in the FBI guides, they state that criminal informants are the best tool or asset. So why would you not use something that is the best tool for a job? Seems weird, but, go figure with the coincidence theories. Specifically criminals that are known to work regularly as part of a group or organization. Organized crime, gangs, drug and prostitution outfits, and yes, cyber-based and otherwise groups of pedophiles that share tips, images, and targets. In a situation like I am describing, I am going to give every effort I possibly can to convince Klein to work with law enforcement to explore this lead to save his own neck. Which leads me to statements made during the press conference in 2019. Superintendent Carter made a statement that has been the subject of countless discussions on what can be learned or inferred, how much was smoke or shows they are hot on someone's trail. Here's the part I want to focus on. Quote, directly to the killer who may be in this room. We believe you were hiding in plain sight. For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy. But we have. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you. We know this is about power to you, and you want to know what we know. And one day, you will. A question to you. What will those closest to you think of you when they find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls, 2 children? Only a coward would do such a thing. We are confident that you have told someone what you have done, or at the very least, they know because of how different you are since the murders. We try so hard to understand how a person could do something like this to 2 children. I recently watched a movie called The Shack, and there's also a book that talks so well about evil, about death, and about eternity. To the murderer, I believe you have just a little bit of conscience left, and I can assure you that how you left them in the woods is not what they are experiencing today. Again, this is just how I am reading things from my perspective working crimes, and I believe this could be a real clue to give some weight to my idea. Obviously, with the release of the second sketch, that could be the time where relatively shortly before law enforcement were forced to start from scratch and focus on the second sketch, with the first man's sketch potentially being cleared, which would mean that this would be the exact time when they have been brought back to Klein and the information they already had, and would find once again they began to dig. In any statement to the killer, there will be posturing by authorities. There will be things designed to target specific areas in relation to the criminal profile created. So it's not like you can take everything as verifiable fact. But it does seem to track in my mind that at the same time law enforcement had to start back at the beginning and work from there, that we know has led to the arrest of a person interviewed very early into the case recently, with them making it clear a connection to the murders is entirely possible. That was the process that leads us here currently. I think there is a very real chance that they have some form of proof or documentation that Klein and a prime suspect, whether his true identity is known or just information of someone's online profile, had been in communication with. It's even possible Klein is the one being referred to as to who the killer told. Could also be the person they are talking about interviewing close to the killer. The comment about shifting to a different investigative strategy stands out as well. It's impossible to say for sure without knowing the inside information, but a shift to focus on someone that they can prove was targeting young girls and attempting to meet with them, and has at least once shared illegal material, attempted or successfully being turned into a criminal informant, would, in my opinion, quite likely be a much different strategy than what was being used when they went in the direction of the man from the first sketch. It also could make significant sense for the new age range for the suspect, as the younger offender would match much closer with Klein, who is in his 20s. The encouraging part to me is that if I am in the right ballpark, that means they are likely the closest they have ever been to nailing down a real person, instead of just some very loose potential people of varying levels of interest. That is a thread that, even if the contact was old and couldn't be leveraged for more info to lead them to the perpetrator after approaching Klein, it's still a thread that can be chased down a bunch of ways. It's a thread with some substantive avenues of investigation for investigators. Charges ended up being filed could be anything from encouraging, meaning authorities received everything they believed possible for Klein and now arrest him because he holds no value. Being a CI isn't a total get-out-of-jail-free card. He could have done exactly what they wanted from him, and he could receive leniency for his assistance or a plea deal. His arrest could even be motivated by having reason to believe Klein was a risk to tip off the suspect, and was a way to limit his ability to do so. That's curious. The arrest could equally be a sign of a refusal to be a criminal informant, and thus a step to motivate him to reconsider, or just simply them saying, all right, you made the wrong choice, enjoy prison. All of this is conjecture on my part. There are some little bits of things here and there that could support my line of thinking and belief of how this has all gone. It also could be something totally different. I am simply offering the insight I possess that says the path I see in certain aspects doesn't require a lot of huge jumps, mental gymnastics, nor does it require a decision that doesn't align with how criminal investigations are often ran. I wouldn't say I am 100%, but I would say I have a high degree of confidence. This is what played out to lead us to what we know currently. Either way, I hope we continue to see some movement. Things can go from appearing totally cold to sizzling hot in these types of things. I know we all desperately want those innocent kids and their families to receive justice and in some form closure, and that monster needs to be forced to face the consequences of his actions. I hope it encouraged everyone to voice their opinions, be critical of my line of thinking, present some facts that may disprove my thought process or logic. I would like to create a healthy and respectful dialogue with anyone interested, and if anyone has any questions that I might be able to give some insight on how things are often handled by authorities, I'll be glad to offer what I can from my experience. Okay, so all of what he said basically aligns on everything I went over in the previous episode, discussing Klein and this newly released catfish information. It seems very, very possible, if not probable, based on all available information, which of course is not a lot, so we do have to keep that in mind. Wow, here's so here's some information from the Down the Hill podcast This is from the HLN producer on Twitter, Barbara McDonald, Newsy Barbara. Keegan Klein's attorney says quote, negotiations have broken down and a resolution to this matter will not be reached by way of negotiations or plea agreement, end quote. Court sets trial date May 9th to 13th, 2022. Wow, that's interesting. So basically, there was a breakdown of negotiations. Now, what that means, I mean, I don't know what that means. That could also be further posturing if there is some kind of CI angle to make it look like he won't blow the whistle on someone else. I mean, I don't know. And a very astute post by Blue Sky Sunshine. Intent to go to trial presents a few possibilities. 1. Defense attorney pushing for a better deal. I've seen clients walk the day of trial due to witnesses refusing to testify after refusing a deal. In this case, and others I've seen, witnesses were minors. We don't have all the details of the case, but if they have no actual witnesses, defense attorneys can use the father as a way to present reasonable doubt on the media found, especially if they shared devices or dad had access to them. 2, it's his dad's media, and he isn't ratting his dad out. But he isn't taking the fall either. Going to trial buys him more time, not in prison, and it's the only way he has a chance of not guilty without pointing at his father. Or 3, whatever else is actually happening. That's a very astute post. I mean, we always have to keep the unknown variables in play. The other thing is, if he was a CI and then what law enforcement were asking gradually increased in risk, and at a certain point, if Klein was not willing to take that risk, either believing he would be killed or whatnot, is that what caused this so-called breakdown at this point? Another interesting possibility is if some of these minors who initially were willing to move forward, possibly testify at trial, if they changed their minds, would that be why ISP might have gone fishing with wanting to get more people that might have been catfished by the Anthony Shots account because their previous witnesses backed out? Again, obviously, those people should not be judged. Very traumatic to deal with these kinds of situations. But if they were no longer willing to testify, I mean, it could potentially be a new fishing expedition. But it looks like they've had over 500 more tips, so maybe it'll pay off. So they'll at least get Klein for all of these other charges. Obviously, we still have the question mark of his direct involvement in the Delphi murders. Okay, let's tackle another issue here. This is another post. An early law enforcement misstep question mark by Equiday 2. This was a few days ago. I just watched an interesting video, Anthony Shots, subject by the YouTuber known as Clutch with a K. Clutch is former law enforcement, not sure in what capacity, but he appears to have some understanding of how law enforcement works in investigation. But the really interesting stuff in this vlog is not about Klein, who liked a photo of Libby posted of herself sticking her tongue out, but information regarding Libby's social media accounts. Back in the mists of time, Becky Patty, Libby's grandma, stated that she had the passwords to all of Libby's accounts and devices. I believe she said this on Gray Hughes' channel, but it seems on the 13th of February 2017, she was unable to recall or lay hands on the password for Libby's phone. In my opinion, I doubt, like a lot of people in her generation, Becky Patty is very tech savvy at all. No offense intended. There are loads of us out there who didn't grow up with tech. Clutch states that Mike and Becky Patty were the ones to reset Libby's phone back to factory settings. But in fact, it was Tara, Becky's daughter, and Libby's aunt who reset the phone. It's not an important point, but it could be down the line or maybe not. To the point, 2 days after the victims were found, February 16, 2017, someone, name redacted, posted on Facebook, "Am I the only one to notice that Libby's Facebook had 586 friends when they were reported missing, and now there's only 567. That's a pretty big drop-off after finding out she was murdered. Someone is deleting them, or the creeps are vacating. Answer from Becky Patty, I know that Kelsey had access to some of Libby's accounts. If she is deleting on social media, she is saving for us or law enforcement. Another Facebook post to Becky Patty. Did you see the video that Libby and Abby made in the early hours before they were murdered? Did you know that Kelsey said she has all of Libby's accounts and she is deleting stuff? In what world would law enforcement turn over a murdered girl's social media accounts to her 16-year-old sister to delete stuff and save them for law enforcement? I mean, wouldn't they secure these accounts immediately and change the passwords? Those are very curious questions. Very curious questions indeed. And in those, again, we don't know specifically how many videos Libby and Abby made. Obviously, various kids of various ages. Some of them take like 20 videos a day of random inane stuff, but also talk about what's going on in the day. So even though they're recording, they might be talking to people off screen or each other. Oh yeah, we're going to meet up with him and him or whatever. And if they're recording hours and hours of footage, there could be very important clues in there. There could also possibly be some embarrassing information that Kelsey doesn't want known, so she deleted it, and Kelsey innocently deleted it, thinking it had nothing to do with the murders, but maybe it did. Again, if it was someone close to the family, perhaps some of that information could be relevant. Again, we don't know. That's something for law enforcement. But if they really did just say, "Oh, Kelsey, yeah, you can handle the accounts. Just save anything you think you need. You think we need to see." I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of that. If that's true, that's just absolutely insane and possibly could be the reason why this case is not yet solved. I mean, if that's true, that might be one of the biggest blunders of the entire case. It might be the sole, if we had to identify one factor, it might be the factor that has kept this case from being solved. And again, this is not to point the finger at Kelsey German in any way, because if she's not responsible, she doesn't know anybody responsible for the murders, everything she did could have been 100% innocent. And clearly this is pointing the finger at law enforcement, not Kelsey German. Another post on this topic here by Black Lion Yard. Until a suitable legal hurdle has been met, social media accounts are not something under law enforcement's control and theirs to turn over or not. Depending upon one's specific actions, law enforcement might eventually have grounds to bring charges for destruction of evidence or obstruction of justice, but at the start of the whole investigation, things can be a bit murky. I would strongly agree that in a murder investigation, law enforcement should be mindful of the potential value of digital assets like social media accounts. I would hope that the ideal situation is that such assets be subject to some form of control to preserve their evidentiary value as quickly as possible. I haven't seen enough verifiable facts to know how far this ideal thing strayed in this case. How far from this ideal things strayed in this case? Apparently there were also search warrants executed at various residences of people they believed were in contact with Libby and Abby the day of. Not that they were suspected of killing them in any way, they just wanted more information from the devices, which is curious as well. Equiday also posted this. I'd love to know on what authority the sister deleted materials from a murdered person's social media accounts, which could hold the key to her murder. I mean, what the heck? Why didn't law enforcement either freeze the accounts or take over? Other posts here. That's a great question. I have no clue who thought that would be a good idea, but it may have completely messed this whole case up. I remember early on they were adamant that it wasn't a catfish scenario. I believe that was a major mistake, probably on bad intel. I mean, this is really mind-shocking. I think this might be the biggest mind shock thus far. because did we all kind of assume that they would have recovered all the information from the phone? But if a lot of information was deleted, I mean, that's still, again, as I went over in the previous episode, just because something is deleted, does that mean it can't be recovered? Now, we do have these FBI agents that were covering for the big gymnastics scandal. And that doctor, were these one or two FBI agents, were these the ones in charge of recovering this data? So did they intentionally botch this? I mean, there's so much strangeness in this case. We can't ignore these FBI agents. I went over on the previous episode the news article, the front page news article regarding the FBI agents, which might have pressured this new information release from law enforcement. But I don't know what to make of that. That's just really, really insane. That if, again, not that there was anything super damning, although there could have been, but if they're just recording random conversations and certain people's names come up, or even references to maybe some guy they were talking to online, possibly by name, if Kelsey deleted it or someone else deleted it because there was also something else embarrassing on it that had nothing to do with that, and the person that deleted just assumed that it had nothing to do with it. So again, their actions are totally innocent, but that doesn't mean the keys to solve the case weren't in that potential footage or other information on those devices or social media accounts. So let's round this out with those that believe that there's not some kind of child exploitation ring going on in this area. Apparently, there was yet another individual arrested. So this was also reported. This was the Graham Mildrum Kokomo Tribune. Police, man had over 2,500 child abuse files or child exploitation files. Peru. A Peru man was arrested on Saturday on 2 warrants related to allegedly having hundreds, if not more, images of child pornography, according to Kokomo police investigators. Zachary Vermillion, previously of Kokomo, was arrested by Howard County deputies on charges of child exploitation, a level 4 felony, and possession of child pornography, level 5 felony. The case began when the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children contacted the Kokomo police about a suspected collection of child pornography recovered by Dropbox, a cloud storage service. Dropbox had flagged 25 files in an account connected to an email in Vermillion's name, according to the probable cause statement. One file was uploaded on February 14th, 2017, while the others were uploaded on July 17th, 2017. What? One file was uploaded on February 14th, 2017. The others were uploaded July 17th, 2017. Officers requested a copy of the documents from Dropbox, which provided 120 gigabytes of data. That's a lot of data. Officers eventually tagged 2,519 files, both photos and videos, as child pornography. Officers executed a search warrant on the morning of May 9th when they found Vermillion in his home. They interviewed Vermillion, who told police he did view the material and shared it online, but did not have sex with underage people, according to police. Officers seized 2 laptops, 2 desktops, and 3 cell phones and performed an additional interview of Vermillion. He was released. They requested a warrant for his arrest June 14th. Interesting. Wow. So clearly there seem to be, I mean, is there an unusual amount of these people in the area? Are they connected to Klein and some of these other individuals? I mean, those are the questions here. Is this area far stranger than other areas with far more child predators? So, I don't know, but either way, just going over a lot of this information, it does seem like there could possibly be some momentum here, regardless of what the real truth is. So, as always, let's keep the awareness up out there. So, like and share this podcast on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topological analysis co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, want to support the podcast, want to help us put out more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness, not just in this cold case, but other cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, you could also donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. if you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Murders Case Series. This is episode 26, Tracing Connections. And we are going to continue to look at this individual, Keegan Klein, who may or may not be responsible for any crimes that have to do with the Delphi case, or may not know the individuals responsible in the Delphi case. These are all, of course, unknowns at the moment. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, make sure you check those out so you're up to date on everything. We'll be referencing information previously gone over. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also support the podcast by becoming a YouTube member, and we will be having roundtable chats and such for members only in certain cases, where we will go over specifics with people who are already familiar with a lot of the cases, as to not have a mass general chat madness, as always happens in public videos, of course, that people who are looking at the case for the first time have a lot of questions that, of course, people that are familiar with the case already know the answers to, so it could be a little bit more efficient to have those separated. And again, you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock and look at the main page to become a member. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons also get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests, so you can check us out on Patreon as well. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so there's a lot more information coming out on Keegan Klein. A lot of mind-shocking information, and there is yet even more. So, I was not aware of this, and I don't know how many people familiar with the case are aware of this, but supposedly, Keegan Klein did an interview with the Down the Hill podcast. Now, before everybody starts to rush to the Down the Hill podcast to find the episode, no, it has not been publicly released. But there are a lot of curiosities as to why Keegan Klein would even give an interview on this subject and the manner in which it was conducted. And this is what we will be going over. Once again, we are going to the subreddit r/Delphi Murders, which is, it's a big mismatch there. I mean, there's logical people there. There are obviously illogical people. Dunning-Kruger always a huge issue anytime you're looking at a popular case, with a lot of people wanting to throw in their 2 cents without being able to comprehend even basic logical fallacies. So it's a little bit problematic in sifting through a lot of this information, but occasionally there's very good information on this subreddit. I'll go over it now. But pretty much the producer on the Down the Hill Delphi podcast talked to Keegan Klein, and this is an unaired interview. Now, this interview is listed as evidence regarding the Anthony Schatz account and the Keegan Klein investigation. So this producer, Barbara McDonald, who has also reported on the case throughout, we went over tweets before, but in the previous episode. So this is actually not from the Delphi Murders subreddit, it's from Delphi Docs, DOCS, which I'm assuming refers to documents in the case, and this post is by Cicada Sounds. Did Barbara McDonald turn Keegan Anthony Klein in? And it references, there's a screenshot here. The filing is a one-page document that states in relevant part that the following has been provided to the attorney for the defendant. A disc with Barbara McDonald, podcaster, interview with Keegan Klein sent, and CD/DVD with statement of Keegan Klein dated August 19th, 2020. The response was, I wonder why he would have done an interview with a podcaster. I'm sure his attorney was thrilled to get that info. I mean, it's a curious question. It's definitely curious. Now, apparently, Barbara McDonald also, so she interviewed him several days after she made this one particular tweet here on October 15th, 2020. When we made Down the Hill podcast about the Delphi murders, we hoped Bridge Guy would listen. I certainly hope he has binged the entire season. I know he's curious. Now it's time for him to talk. I'm listening. Huh. Some responses here on the subreddit. Seems related. He would have been in jail at that point. Either he contacted her or she was tipped on the arrest and possible connection to Delphi. Favored journalists often receive tips like that, especially if they have a national presence. Couple more things here. Someone tweeted her, did you interview Keegan Anthony Klein for the podcast? If so, in what capacity? Member of the search party, ? Did he seek you wanting to be interviewed, ? Did he give the sense that he followed the case and what the media is releasing with a sense of that is not normal, ? Spitballing. Barbara interviewed Keegan Anthony Klein, following up on the early publicized warrants, talked to him over the phone in a one-party consent state. What he said to her was slightly different from what he told law enforcement. Didn't make air due to ongoing investigation, perhaps. Am I warm? And so she did not reply, but she liked the tweet. Make of that what you will. So other people also speculate that she's under some kind of a gag order. Another post here, it wouldn't answer anything or lead to anything that would solve this case, but I'd love to know the timing of everything in regards to the HLN Keegan Anthony Klein interview. It wasn't added to the court's website. Only after the Anthony Shots Keegan Anthony Klein news broke did McDonald remember the name, went back through her interviews, and submit it to law enforcement at that time. Did she reach out to Klein for the interview? I assume she did while researching the Peru warrant, but it's possible that Klein spoke to McDonald in some other capacity. Why the hell did he grant an interview with a podcaster? Seems incredibly unwise. Now, yeah, I mean, that is a curiosity. So if he's truly responsible for the crimes, would he do that? I mean, maybe. There are crazy people out there, crazy killers. They like the attention. They want the spotlight. They show up to the crime scene. They show up to funerals. They do interviews in the public in various media outlets. It's like they like the attention. It's like a new level of duper's delight. Not only do they revel in the fact that they got away with it or are currently getting away with it, but they want to rub it in everybody's face as well. So that is a certain type of criminal. Is that who we're dealing with here? Again, we really don't know because we don't have enough information. And we really don't know if law enforcement has enough information either. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, to make that determination. Another post, hear me out, I was reviewing the charges against Klein and remembered the information/image I've posted here. McDonald interviews him on the 19th per the label on the CD she gives law enforcement. She doesn't live in Indiana, and it seems very doubtful to me that it's happening after he's in custody. I think she was onto something. She is a very skilled journalist, able to gain trust and get valuable info, which she then gave to law enforcement. Could this discovery be what his attorney was negotiating when talks for a plea failed? And I actually went over that in the previous episode. Apparently someone did ask her what she thought of Klein in relation to the Delphi case. She said, quote, "Sounds like they will need to find a new path to their ultimate target. If Klein could have been charged with anything related to Delphi, I assume they would have done that, end quote. Now, here's the thing, though. There could be a few reasons why she's saying that, but even the phrasing of that, path to ultimate target, it seems like she's, again, saying that Klein is not at least the sole perpetrator or the ultimate perpetrator who committed the murders, but he might know the individual who did, and he may or may not have assisted them in some capacity. Just the phrasing of that. New path to their ultimate target, as if they wanted Klein to be the path to the ultimate target. Of course, that could theoretically mean that Klein doesn't know anything about anything, and it's completely unrelated. Therefore, he cannot provide them with the path to the ultimate target if he doesn't know the ultimate target. But it's so vague. I mean, it's really impossible to know without having more information. I mean, something else we haven't really discussed too much. Do law enforcement know about let's say Klein is let's say he has no real knowledge in the case of the Delphi murders. Let's say law enforcement has some kind of knowledge, some kind of information that leads them to believe that one of Klein's associates or family members either knows the killer, is the killer, somehow has more information. They don't directly state this to Klein, but they want to get Klein to cooperate. Maybe they're leading him on that this about something else that has nothing to do with Delphi, trying to get him to help the investigation, which really is linked to Delphi, but they don't tell Klein that. Would that be the best way to go about it? Now, did Klein somehow begin to suspect it did, or whatever the reason he ceased cooperating, or he doesn't want to give up his dad because he found out it finally did link to the Delphi murders, and maybe law enforcement was trying to get him, or putting up some kind of facade or false narrative that there's other super minor charges that they need his help with in relation to this friend, family member, whoever. And that's why Klein maybe would be more inclined to assist, to cooperate if it's some super small charges, keep everybody out of prison. Maybe he would do it as soon as perhaps there's some kind of, either he gets tipped off by that other family member, or for whatever reason he begins to suspect this is about the Delphi murders and police have absolutely lied to him, which of course they are legally allowed to do in their process of trying to solve cases. So if he found out or began to suspect, then would he cease all cooperation? Is that a possibility for what has occurred here in this Klein saga? A few more posts here. The APC was dated August 19th, 2020, and references that Klein was under surveillance at his girlfriend's house, August 14th and 15th. It seems like the interview might have been in addition to other evidence law enforcement had against him. My guess is the new lead that took over in April 2020 is the one who uncovered the connections. So he was already under surveillance. Now, was he under surveillance for all these other cases or specifically in regards to Delphi? One post here is, ew, he had a girlfriend, question mark. Okay. Another post here, prosecutors have a duty to give criminal defendants all the evidence, even exculpatory evidence. The August 19th, 2020 date seems to be either the date of a CD containing the Klein statement or the date the CD was given to Klein's lawyer. That's what I was initially thinking as well. I'm unclear about the date of McDonald's interview of Klein, and also unclear about the date of the Klein statement on the CD. A response here, in viewing the timeline, I took it to mean Klein made a statement to law enforcement August 19th, 2020, which was given to his attorney as discovery December 21st, 2021, per his attorney request. As for the McDonald interview, there is no date given, but it is part of the state's case against him. A few more posts here. Why would he accept an interview if he was bridge guy? This makes me think he is not it. And someone responded, Stephen McDaniel has entered the chat. And Stephen McDaniel murdered and dismembered his neighbor and former classmate. He was interviewed on the news acting distraught about her disappearance. The reporter then informs him that her torso was found in a dumpster in the parking lot, and he looks shocked. Yeah, like I said earlier, there's a lot of different types of individuals out there. So if Klein is the perpetrator and he seeks the limelight in certain ways, maybe he would do an interview. I mean, I don't know. Someone responded, most killers actually do interviews or assist in the search or charity related to the case. And a rebuttal here, most certainly do not. It's not unheard of for sure, and lots of killers like to insert into the aspects of the case, but it's far from most. The stereotypical news clipping boxes, being followers of information groups, etc., is much more common. More than 50% of killers do not up and get involved in search parties and such. So again, I mean, I don't know if we could find exact percentages because all the unsolved cases, we wouldn't know. An interesting post here. I know they try to be involved in assistant search, but do they hold interviews with journalists after FBI raids their home? Self-preservation must kick in after becoming a POI. Okay, so let's go back to Keegan Klein's timeline regarding Las Vegas. So supposedly from the documentation, one can theorize that apparently Keegan Klein was involved in some kind of trafficking in Vegas. So he was contacting prostitutes of some kind, possibly not of age. Who knows? Or even if of age, there's some kind of illegal activity going on, and that's what law enforcement fixated on. So that's one of the theories out there. Again, I don't know if that's true or untrue. So let's examine the timeline here. So he left the area right after the murders and went to Vegas, but supposedly the trip to Vegas was pre-planned with his father, but he was planning to run away from his father while his father was asleep in Vegas. I mean, if I'm following correctly, let's look at the documents here. So here's the statement. Keegan admitted to speaking to approximately 15 girls that were underage and advised he probably received pictures from every one of them. He advised he saved their pictures to his gallery. During his interview, Keegan stated he was expletive and he should have left. Keegan advised he packed another bag and took it to Las Vegas. Redacted and Keegan returned from Vegas on February 25th, 2017. He stated he was going to leave when his dad was asleep. Keegan told investigators the main phone he uses is the white iPhone 5C. So, I don't know what to make of that statement, and there's no date on exactly when he left to Vegas, but supposedly it was pre-planned. Again, we really don't know. I don't know how they verified that, and apparently he didn't run away because he returned. During the police interview, he admitted to everything and expressed regret that he didn't flee earlier when he was in Vegas. He chickened out, or he realized he'd be in more trouble by becoming a fugitive. So he didn't leave, but returned as planned. Very, very curious. So that's the affidavit. Another poster here said this. He has been doing this expletive for over a year regarding the catfishing and exploitation of minors. Why would he freak out while on a trip with his dad? That's what I was wondering. Apparently, his accounts go back to at least 2015, probably farther. So why, right around mid-February, did he all of a sudden realize he was in trouble? And that's a very good question. So is it possible he was trying to catfish Abby and or Libby, and let's say he failed, and let's say he wasn't involved at all, and maybe there was another catfish, but he thinks he would get in trouble because obviously they ended up murdered, whereas all the other catfish victims did not. Is that why he freaked? So even if he's innocent in this particular case of the murders, he's guilty of all these other things, but he's innocent of the murders, someone else is guilty of the murders, someone he maybe knows, maybe doesn't know. Is it possible he knows them but doesn't know he knows them? Because he's involved with some shady individuals. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of curious questions there. So, some people speculate that he took hard drives with him to Las Vegas to sell to other shady individuals. So, an interesting post here from Wise Menace on the Libyan Abbeys subreddit. I've been wondering this as well, if Lee Kerr is to be believed, which I have a little bit more faith of now. Klein has probably been law enforcement's primary suspect from nearly the beginning. I'm guessing his father provided an alibi. I'm not sure if they claim to have been in Las Vegas during the time of the murders or simply just Peru. I wonder what they claim and what proof there is. According to Lee Kerr, law enforcement was presumably able to geolocate Keegan Klein's phone as being at the CPS building from 12 to 5 when he claimed to be wherever he was claiming for his alibi. So it makes me wonder if Klein's alibi is false or if someone else could have possibly been there with his phone. Those seem like the only two real possibilities if what Lee Kerr says is actually true. I wonder if law enforcement has recovered some implicating messages from the phone. And then, of course, we do have supposedly the secondary phone or the secondary device, which he was not turned over to law enforcement from the Kleins. Another very, very disturbing post here. I definitely believe there is much more to the CPS building than Bridge Guy parking there. This, along with the sex trafficking network, will come out once we are all made aware of it by law enforcement. Wow, what a rabbit hole that statement is. So this abandoned CPS building. Was it abandoned or was it just a vehicle abandoned there? I mean, I don't know if it was in use or not. CPS, of course, stands for Child Protective Services. Now, would a network of criminals who are exploiting children, would they choose to operate out of CPS? I mean, that is very, very dark and disturbing, and it seems like something criminals would do. Also, keep in mind, at least 2 FBI agents involved in the Delphi case had knowledge of various children exploitation of minors connecting to not only that large Olympic scandal with the Olympic trainer, but possibly others as well. I mean, is that just another coincidence? Were FBI agents involved in this CPS building and whatever nefarious and dark activities took place there? And is Bridge Guy a member of this? And if we're going down some of the darkest rabbit holes, here's another one for you. Is it possible government officials were involved in this ring, and if Bridge Guy was part of the ring, did they give him some kind of sense of security that he wouldn't be prosecuted for the crime? So do they have these meetings or occult ceremonies or whatever you want to call them? If they were meeting up at the building, did they tell Bridge Guy, go get some teens for us? And did he take them possibly back to the building or elsewhere to be used in ritual abuse or any of these very, very dark theories that are circulating on the internet? And is that why he was so brazen? Because he was thinking local officials might cover for him, and maybe they did. And what of the one law enforcement officer's suicide? Is that someone who was involved, or is it someone who found out about it, or is it not really a suicide at all? Again, there's so many unanswered questions in this case, and the more it goes unsolved, the darker and darker it seems to get. Because who's involved in this ring, if there is a ring, and are they staging at the CPS building, or did they in the past? I mean, this kind of just dark irony is just... I mean, the psychotic serial killers and those who exploit children, this is probably how they think. They see, oh, this is a child protective services building. Let's use it to do the opposite. I mean, these are some sick and depraved individuals. I mean, what other kind of individuals would be involved in murder and all of these crimes, obviously? But are they connected to some kind of official network? Now, furthermore, if this theory is true, do these officials, do they use some of these patsies, these low IQ locals? And do they tell them they won't be prosecuted even if they will? They're going to throw them to the wolves, and maybe even the ones that weren't involved, they're going to have them be patsies for other cases to cover for themselves, whatever the case may be. Are they using locals? Is this how the whole jig works? And if so, when will this jig be up? So he's returning. So the documents state he returned from Klein returned from Vegas on February 25th, 2017. The search warrant happens to be executed the exact time of his return. Now, what do we make of that? So does that mean definitively he was under surveillance? So a few curiosities from, I believe this was Klein's father's Facebook. He posted a photo of him and Klein at the Hoover Dam with the caption, "Can't wait to see K. Haven't seen him in 2 years. He's been at school." They claim at UNLV. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist. Okay, so Klein was not at UNLV. So the photo is one of their BS posts to muddy the waters. And again, these are people's write-ups and opinions here. Huh. I mean, there's some photo screen caps, and some of these dates are May 2017. So I don't know if that's reposting old photos, but I don't know. Or how often do they go to Vegas? That's another thing. Do they go to Vegas frequently? So also, some looking through the list have noticed that Klein's father's phone was not taken into custody. And you know what? People have brought this up in the past, but just real quick, going back to the CPS building, were there really no traffic cameras or security cameras from any businesses in the entire area where individuals and vehicles could be monitored coming and going the day of the murders, the day after? I mean, it's weird. I mean, I'm assuming they have all of this. I mean, you would think, in which case there's a lot of information. And even if not, again, I've talked about the Echelon spy satellite system. I mean, this thing has been up since the early 90s. By 2017, I mean, pretty much every populated inch of the Earth is monitored by satellite surveillance. So again, that's probably, I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know how good the resolution would be to the point where you can make out individual human beings. But you can make out vehicles. You can make out vehicles, in which case you could track a lot. Also, Lee Kerr apparently has claimed that the suspect helped with the search party on either the 13th or the 14th. So people are asking if Klein helped with the search party. Now, of course, we do have an individual who many claim is a friend or a family member. He happens to look very similar to Klein. Maybe not exactly, but somewhat similar. It could just be another coincidence, of course. I mean, to match up their heights would be interesting. But, yeah, again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue on this podcast. We have a lot of Dunning-Kruger listeners who they don't understand what that means. No matter how many times I say it, they're so triggered, they hallucinate that I'm claiming anything is definitive. The entire motto of the Mindshock podcast is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I do not claim anybody is guilty or innocent. I do not even claim or hallucinate likelihoods or percentages of likelihoods. I mean, I spitball. I can say, you know, it's probably, if Klein is on multiple security cameras partying it up in Vegas on the day of the murder at the exact time with many witnesses, including security personnel at a major casino, then we can probably say he didn't do it. Now, I don't know if that exists. Again, this is why we are just theorizing here, but we don't know if Klein was part of the search party. We don't even know if Klein was in the area or he was in Vegas. Now, even if Klein was now let's say Klein and his father were walking the trails that day. So were, 80 other people? I don't know the exact count. Is it approximately 80? It was several dozen people out on the trails that day. Even if Klein and or his father were at the trails that day, that doesn't mean they're guilty of anything, of course. So, I mean, doesn't mean they're innocent either. But again, that does not prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in any way. Now, if Klein was the driver of the vehicle parked at the abandoned CPS building waiting for his father who was on the trails, I mean, what does that mean? Theoretically, is it possible that they were meeting with some other scummy, skeezy individual, possibly exchanging hard drives or such? I mean, I don't know how likely this is. These are people throwing out theories online. It seems like they probably would have done most things online. But I mean, I don't know. How do these guys work? I mean, if this was the late 90s, they would probably be meeting up. I mean, there's actually, for people that really want to see a dark movie, 8mm with Nicolas Cage. I mean, even people who hate Nicolas Cage, they seem to give him credit for that movie. It's a really dark movie. It's Nick Cage and Joaquin Phoenix. 8mm, and there's a seedy underworld. It's about snuff films and a PI who investigates snuff films. And there's one scene which is kind of like an open market for these just really, really depraved individuals. And they're selling tapes of literally anything and everything imaginable. So, but again, in 2017, do criminals in the Delphi area involved in this, would they meet up? I mean, I don't know. But regardless whether they did or didn't, even if Klein and or his father were placed on or near the trails or the CPS building, that still technically wouldn't prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt either. So here's another post. I think it's important to take everything Lee Kerr says with a grain of salt. Assuming their intention is to help the case by releasing more info, they could simply be mistaken about certain aspects. That's a good point. And that's something the authority-worshipping cultists also never consider. Law enforcement isn't necessarily in on some big conspiracy and lying about things, but they're human beings. Human beings are fallible. They make mistakes. It's weird how so many authority-worshipping cultists can't even consider the possibility that not all people working in official capacities are 100% flawless about 100% of things. It's real weird. For instance, if Klein did participate in the search, how does law enforcement know? Is it because he's told them and his father has corroborated that story? Or do they have some other kind of evidence like cell phone data? Based on what very little I know about him, it doesn't really seem especially in character for him to want to participate in searches. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would engage in physical activity for a stranger one county over just out of the goodness of his heart. Maybe he did because he connected the dots and realized the girl he was catfishing had gone missing. Maybe I'm reading too much into things. And I guess if he did participate in the search, his alibi must be Peru and not Vegas if he claims to have searched for her on the 13th. That would be potentially suspicious in particular. Searching on the 14th, maybe not as much. Here's my personal idea. I think you'll have your doubts, and frankly, there's nothing wrong with that because this is purely speculative. Warning, graphic triggering descriptions ahead. Let's say Chadwell and Keegan Klein somehow became acquainted and are friends. Maybe they meet each other because they both have pit bulls. Maybe Chadwell identifies that they're both predators using one of his tactical predator identifying lines. Example of this kind of language abound on his social media. They hit it off and become instant BFFs or whatever. Klein reveals to Chadwell that he's been catfishing girls, in particular, Libby and Abby. Chadwell is like, that's cool and all, but wouldn't you rather be able to abuse these girls in real life rather than just by tricking them into sending you pics? Klein is maybe like, I don't know, yeah, but how? Chadwell is like, relax, I've done this before, it's easy. I mean, this is really, really dark stuff, too. Just even theorizing on these, how these predators would talk. So somehow they get the girls to agree to meet up at the High Bridge, or they stalk them all weekend. Finally, they get their chance. Chadwell plans to do the abduction part of it. Klein agrees to be the getaway driver and parks at the CPS building. By this point in time, Chadwell has his own place in Kokomo and is no longer living in Peru with his father. So Chadwell orders them down the hill, marches them across the river. Originally, I thought it was never Bridge Guy's plan to cross the creek, but maybe he's got waders on underneath or something, I don't know. Once they cross the creek, the girls at some point realize what's going on and fight back. This results in Chadwell killing both of them in anger. I don't understand Lee Kerr's descriptions of the signatures, but maybe the point was to destroy evidence and or make the murder appear to have been motivated by some other reason. And I'm going to interject here with another side theory. If the plan was never to kill anybody, then things got out of control, everything went wrong, was the cover-up to make it look occult or bizarre or just whatever madness in an attempt to cover up or make it look like something completely different to point away from the perpetrators, or just basically just for law enforcement confusion? Was that the goal? An after-the-fact cover-up that was just so frantic that they made it look like 3 different serial killers, or they didn't know what they were doing. Now, I mean, maybe this is the time for another Mark Twain quote. The best swordsman in the world doesn't need to fear the second best swordsman in the world. No, the person for him to be afraid of is some ignorant antagonist who has never had a sword in his hand before. He doesn't do the thing he ought to do, and so the expert isn't prepared for him. He does the thing he ought not to do, and often it catches the expert out and ends him on the spot. So if this crime was perpetrated by bungling buffoon idiots, and they went so over the top in the staging, that it was so dumb and something like no intelligent criminal would ever do, that it threw the police off that much. And that's why the crime scene was so unusual. That's why there were so many random different signatures, and law enforcement didn't know what to make of it. And are Chadwell and Klein these types of bumbling buffoon morons who might do something like this? Again, I don't know. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over theories because clearly this is an outlier case no matter what it turns out to be, just because of all these anomalies. So back to the post here. So I don't understand Lee Kerr's descriptions of the signatures, but maybe the point was to destroy evidence and or make the murder appear to have been motivated by some other reason. Or maybe Bridge Guy is just a crazy person, and when you're a crazy person, you do crazy things that don't make sense. And that's another excellent point. I mean, there's just so many people out there speculating, oh, well, why would they do this? That doesn't make sense. If you're a crazy, insane, psychopathic killer, why would you do something that does make sense? I mean, it's weird. I mean, maybe to rule it out or in is kind of, I don't know. It's weird. So-called true crime aficionados fall for these traps all the time, where they just say, "Oh, well, that wouldn't make sense." Well, again, in the mind of a deranged loony killer, I mean, who knows? And are they also bumbling idiots who are also insane? And does that account for all the signatures? Again, I don't know. Continuing on here. So obviously I don't have all the answers, and I'm just guessing based on rumors that aren't even confirmed. Other things I would really like to know: did Chadwell have a phone at that time? I would assume he did. What kind of a phone was it, and where was it pinging that day if he had one? On a similar note, what about Klein's father's phone? And while we're at it, if law enforcement was able to get a geofence warrant, were there phones of anyone who lived outside of Delphi that pinged near the High Bridge? Other questions. How certain is law enforcement that Keegan Klein's phone was at the CPS building? They think there was a vehicle there. How certain are they of that? I know there are blurry satellite images that could be a vehicle. It could also just be snow or just some kind of pixelation artifact, but the 11th and 12th of February both got above freezing. It seems pretty unlikely that there would still be snow in any area that would receive direct sunlight. Others have stated there could be surveillance footage of the CPS building from a nearby building. And of course, there's more than one satellite up there. This is something, again, I don't get. All of the NSA satellites out there, I mean, there's other countries that, I mean, wouldn't they want to assist, particularly if they have some kind of agreements with the U.S., just to provide even more surveillance footage? This is 2017 we're talking about. This is theoretically possible in the 90s, and maybe even before, but now we're talking about 2017. The CPS building appears very easy to break into. Someone posted a video of this. It's creepy AF on the inside. Maybe the plan was to take the girls there, or maybe it was just a place for Keegan Klein to hide out. Did law enforcement check it for evidence? I wouldn't be too surprised if this was a hub for illegal activity. There could have been DNA from a lot of people left there. It's possible Bridge Guy was squatting there. That's all the speculations and questions I can think of off the top of my head. Apologies for the unsolicited rant. No apologies necessary, but also that post did not get any response. Over a month ago. Yeah, really weird. Some people also look to Keegan Klein's music for clues. He's apparently a musician. He's got a number of tracks available on Spotify, Amazon, a couple other platforms. I mean, they're kind of generic sounding hip-hop. I mean, the only song I found that potentially is incredibly disturbing is one called Shame. Just a couple lyrics from this. I expletive you and all your cousins, 'cause you know I ain't got no shame. Plus, all you expletives look the same. I came stomping through the honky-tonk, a cowboy hat and boots, and my baby looking sexy with no teeth and Daisy Dukes. You already know how we ride, 'cause it's in my family roots. Nothing incredibly damning, but still kind of disturbing. But going back to the theory with that Chadwell and Klein might know each other as well as others, this is a post from a month ago, also on the Delphi Murders subreddit. Without doxing anyone, I will say I did some digging on Keegan Klein's Facebook friends and noticed at least one of them is friends with someone who is in Chadwell's family. Peru, Indiana, where Klein was arrested, and where Chadwell was from, are 30 minutes apart. I don't think it's far-fetched to consider that pedophiles living that close may have run into the same online or in-person circles. I don't exactly know what this all means, but when I noticed the Facebook friend connection between Chadwell's family and Klein's friends, it made me wonder if it's possible the two of them knew each other somehow. What do you think? And here's the other thing. If they're not criminal mastermind geniuses, wouldn't they have also friended each other? Or maybe not. Maybe even the dumb guys, they have some other means of communicating, so they wouldn't plaster their connections on any kind of main social media sites. I don't know. Or they have all these other fake accounts or whatever where they communicate. Wow, someone posted this. I think Klein's dad bought his pit tie from Chadwell when his dog had puppies. Just a wild thought, but a lot of coincidences are coming together. Another post, I've been thinking and saying this too, I can't shake the feeling that Chadwell is involved. The way Chadwell brutalized that little girl, who I think about almost every single day, is a very special brand of expletive up. It was so violent and brazen, I 100% believe that he clocked her in his neighborhood and had been thinking about taking her for weeks before he finally acted. He's not the run-of-the-mill pedo who preys on the kids closest to him like family members, which is what's most common among pedos. The act of a stranger abduction and sexual assault of a child is relatively rare in comparison. We hear about them and know about them and feel more common because they attract national attention, but it doesn't happen as much as people may feel it does. From what I understand, pedos acting in network or rings to share images and engage in sex trafficking amongst themselves, the notion that Klein and Chadwell knew each other is not as far-fetched at all in my mind, and the coincidence of Chadwell's arrest and now his guilty plea occurring so close to the new ISP press release is interesting to me. Chadwell could be Bridge Guy. Klein could be Bridge Guy. They both could have been there for all we know. Maybe they shared the Anthony Shots accounts and the police are trying to tie him to it. Or maybe Chadwell online activity led them back to Klein again. Whatever it is, I just can't shake the feeling that Klein and Chadwell are connected to each other and to Delphi Bridge Guy in some way. I've always had that feeling about Chadwell. The little hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I almost felt sick when I started looking into him. I get the same sense from Klein. There is something there. Also, the fact that ISP hasn't formally cleared him of involvement like they've done for other persons of interest. They've had plenty of time to clear him if he could be alibied or not a DNA match or what have you, but they haven't yet. It's not hard evidence of anything, but it's interesting and stands out to me. Another post, I think it's possible too, Klein being a lone catfish creep and then just jumping straight to murder seems slightly unlikely. But once you open to the possibility of a ring or even an online circle of people sharing images, for example, things could definitely become more broad. Anonymous usernames or leaking of info on the girls to other local predators is a possibility. Hell, that could be something you can buy on the dark web for all we know. Chadwell's violence did really strike me as quite fringe compared to the average pedophile, so I thought he was a pretty promising candidate. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It's kind of hard to not even think about other cases too, like the Amy Mihalovic case, still officially unsolved. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock series on Amy Mihalovic, make sure you check that out. There's speculation that there might be a ring involved there as well. Also, possibly with some kind of law enforcement ties. Is that why some of these cases remain unsolved? A very good post here also by someone else when I guess this is a local. While I was digging through both of their friends lists, I had several friends of friends in common. For example, I have at least 5 mutual friends of friends in common with Klein's dad. And probably more because he's friends with a lot of people. I live 90 minutes from Peru and have no ties to Peru, Kokomo, Logansport area. I just know quite a few people from around that area. So I wouldn't necessarily jump to any conclusions. A lot of people in that area likely work at Chrysler or one of the other manufacturing plants, either directly or indirectly. They went to Purdue, or they are like fourth cousins twice removed who met 20 years at a funeral. I mean, that is a good point. There's a lot of people on Facebook who are friends of friends, so that doesn't directly mean anything at all. Another interesting post here, I'm from around there, and them being within 30 minutes of each other could mean they are best buds, or never met. I drove almost that far to high school every day. My point is that distance is funny in rural type areas, so it's very possible. Another good point there. So here's a great post from Agent 847. Lowlifes, no lowlifes. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if there was some connection, but I'm not betting the farm on it either. This latest release has the whole Delphi interested community in a lather, but it's like every other thing law enforcement has done. It's vague and it leaves more questions than answers. Just the fact that Keegan Anthony Klein was free for 3 years after having possessed all of this child exploitation material is deeply alarming. I keep saying it, but there's something very off about the fact that law enforcement has known this guy since the first days of the investigation and has said nothing. They've had every resource available to track down his associates, but they're just now asking for people to come forward who talk to Anthony Shots. The one thing I keep coming back to is maybe a tip came in from someone who had an online chat with this guy, and he revealed he knew some detail that had never been made public, and what was once thought to be an unrelated pervert suddenly has law enforcement locked in on someone behind this identity. It may be Keegan Klein or someone else entirely. Could that be Chadwell? Dunno. Okay, here's another good point though. Is it possible that Klein, Chadwell, whoever, but mainly Klein we're talking about here, is it possible he interacted with Bridge Guy online and Bridge Guy mentioned something that had not been made public, and that's what initiated all of the new interest? Or somehow Klein knew Bridge Guy either in real life or not and knew some detail and he was bragging about it to somebody else in this ring. Is it possible that on these online rings there are individuals who draw the line at murder? They don't condone any actual murder. So even though they're these depraved individuals, they would report Klein or someone else if they thought they were involved with actual murder. But clearly there was some kind of impetus to release this information, possibly that first page article in the newspaper regarding law enforcement in Delphi, but maybe not. Maybe it could have been something else. Another good post here. Does anyone know if the search warrant was prompted by the release of the first still image and audio that ISP released? Did that generate a tip that led them to Klein the first time? It sounded like, from the PC affidavit, that the FBI led them to Keegan Klein. I just wish they had held that picture and audio until after they executed the search warrant. I feel like the picture is what panicked Klein to reset one of his phones. Then, after they took him for questioning, he came home and, quote, found, end quote, his iPhone, the ones he'd been deleting things on already that same morning before the warrant was executed, and started deleting and uninstalling a bunch of stuff. I'm worried they sort of expletive the bed on that one. Although the counterpoint is supposedly they can still retrieve that information. Again, unless Klein is some kind of technical genius, and even if he is, supposedly they can still recover all that information. I don't know. Another interesting post here by Into the Soil. There have been coincidental connections between murderers before that had absolutely no bearing on the crimes they committed. Incredibly interesting either way, but I am far from ready to start assuming Klein and Chadwell had any actual relationship at this point. Yeah, that's a great point as well. Why wouldn't murderers be able to know each other and not know that they are murderers? Out of all the murderers in the history of the world, or even in the United States throughout all time, I mean, there's got to be a certain percentage of murderers who happen to know each other on some level that did not commit crimes together or possibly even know of each other's crimes. So, an interesting post discovered here by Professional Emu. Seems like Chadwell and Klein had the same barber. Klein promoted the shop in November 2019 on Facebook, and Chadwell tagged him in March/April this year. Huh. Wow, there's a lot of astute researchers out there. I mean, again, how many barbers could there possibly be within that certain area? So again, obviously that's not damning proof in any way, but it's something. It's more than zero. So another write-up here on the points of possible connection. So regarding Chadwell and the Delphi murders. So Chadwell lives in close proximity to Delphi. The crime he committed against the 9-year-old girl. His voice, gait, and appearance align with Bridge Guy. The hat Bridge Guy is wearing, people have speculated, is a specific hat that welders wear. Chadwell seems to have welding experience. His social media had a photo of a high bridge, similar to Delphi's. His Facebook profile went dark around the time of the Delphi murders, and he was someone who posted almost daily. He has photos of himself camping and being outdoors often, something that people speculate Bridge Guy would be into. He had a lot of weird posts and TikToks talking about only liking women his own age, shaming women for dancing or twerking. Overall, just weird stuff that now seems even creepier considering he was arrested for child abuse. And, of course, his tattoo of the girl with blood tears running out of her eyes on his arm, people have speculated looks eerily similar to Libby. And if you haven't checked out the Chadwell episode on the Mindshock podcast, check that out. I mean, very disturbing stuff. Again, nothing 100% damning, but just disturbing stuff. Okay, so another interesting post with a variation on the theory, but here's the gist. This is by That's the username. If Klein is actually involved in the crime, I believe this happened. I think it's likely Chadwell and him were in touch and shared photos, possibly accounts, grooming techniques with each other, and planned the crime together. I just think that it didn't go as planned, and only one of them was on the bridge and killed the girls. The other one was supposed to see the girls in the car or a second location, or at the very least some images of the crime. The murders were supposed to happen later and in another location, but the girls didn't cooperate as they should have, and it was too risky for Bridge Guy to go as planned. Maybe he thought one of the girls would run away. That is, if Klein is directly involved in this. Otherwise, I believe Bridge Guy acted by himself. I have to say, though, I generally don't believe Bridge Guy is Klein, and I still lean towards Chadwell. I know there's way more stuff that makes Klein the suspect, but I really don't see Bridge Guy in him. So again, just a random post. I will add this, though. I always mention this. Everybody seems to forget. The thermal imaging drone did not pick up bodies. Okay, it was flown that afternoon. So is it possible there was a second location? Again, rumors early on, again, looking through a lot of cases, in a good percentage of cases, early rumors turned out to be true. I mean, a lot of cases have this roller coaster effect. So the crime occurs, there's a whole bunch of rumors, then they're all dismissed and ruled out. Then X amount of time later, it turns out they were true or partially true. Then there's the backtracking. Obviously, that's not all cases. I'm not even going to say that's the majority of cases. But it's in a certain percentage. It's in a non-minuscule percentage of cases where early rumors turn out to be true. So if they were taken elsewhere, a barn or wherever, a shed, and is it possible there were two or more perpetrators? So if there's a ring involved, I mean, that opens the door to a lot of stuff. If there's no ring and it's just these two scumbags, possibly three, maybe even four, I guess, but they're acting not with any kind of larger rings with some people in official capacities. So is it possible they were taken, then returned to muddy the waters, or did a different individual return them? So let's say I don't know if there's a connection between Klein, Chadwell, and Ron Logan. If there's a third individual involved and he knew about Ron Logan's land, maybe had some kind of an argument with Ron Logan or just didn't like Ron Logan and wanted to frame him, maybe the two guys that were the more complicit, the two guys that did the murders, they wanted nothing to do with this. But the third guy dumped the bodies on Logan's land to frame Logan if he thought it was a good idea, or if only two of them, Chadwell or Klein, one of them might have thought it was a good idea to frame Logan and cause a lot of confusion because if the girls did go with them, either kidnapped or otherwise, yeah, I mean, that opens the door. I don't think the thermal imaging drone can be dismissed. Again, I am not alleging the bodies weren't there. There's just so many anomalies on how they weren't found. Supposedly the area was searched that afternoon and the bodies weren't there. Again, this is all second, third-hand accounts of searchers. I'm not alleging that it 100% happened, of course, because if the bodies were there, how could they be searched and they not be there? Obviously, this would have to involve the bodies not being there if those accounts are true. Okay, we're going to major Mindshock territory now. So let's go down another rabbit hole here. Here's a post by T.H. Ferber. I think some folks are going to be surprised to find out that Klein is or was friends with Gareth Kurtz. Everything is going to make sense then. This is looking like a catfish situation that led to murder. Not a coincidence that almost 2 years later, Kurtz catfishes Ray Hainish and murders him. The worst part of that is he got away with it. Hainish and his family deserve justice too. So again, Kurtz we have discussed in the past, and currently, Gareth Kurtz was sentenced 55 years for Nicole Bowen's murder. And I've gone over this before. Kurtz actually pleaded guilty to this. So let's go over this Kurtz situation again. This is an article from Journal and Courier. Torture, murder of WL woman followed fear. She snitched on meth operation, killer says. This is by Dave Bangert, September 4th, 2020. Gareth Kurtz, a 22-year-old Lebanon man accused in the 2019 torture and murder of Nicole Bowen, admitted Friday to a judge that he and 2 others conspired to kill the West Lafayette mother of 2 because they were sure she was going to turn them in for cooking methamphetamine. Kurtz said he and Ashley Garth, a Delphi woman also charged with murder, and a friend named Jason Palladino, a white county man, not Caucasian County, a white county man, the name of the county is White County, who prosecutors have not charged but say remains a person of interest, conspired to get Bowen, 30, to a trailer north of Ketland on the night of March 29, 2019. Kurtz told Newton Superior Judge Daniel Moulter on Friday that everyone in the trailer knew what was going to happen when he brought Bowen there, presumably for a confrontation between his former and current girlfriends. Speaking so quickly in court that Moulter asked him to slow down, Kurtz said that after Garth got into a fist fight with Bowen that night, Kurtz stepped in and subdued Bowen with a chokehold before he and Garth teamed up to strangle her. She snitched on me, Kurtz told Newton Superior Judge Daniel Moulter. It was selfish, but... On Friday, Kurtz pleaded guilty to murder in a deal that essentially took the chance of life without parole off the table. Kurtz had been scheduled for trial later in September. Moulter sent a sentencing date in January 2021, but Jeff Drinsky, Newton County prosecutor, said the terms of the plea deal call for 55 years in prison. The murder charge, had the case gone to trial, would have carried up to 65 years in prison. Drinsky has filed for life without parole in the case, saying that there were elements of torture in Bowen's death. Before Kurtz, shackled and dressed in Newton County Jail orange jumpsuit, left the courtroom, Drinsky asked Cheryl Samuels, Bowen's mother, if she agreed with the terms of the plea. Samuels, wearing a turquoise t-shirt emblazoned with Justice for Nicole on the front, nodded. "I'm ready for it to be over," Samuels said later, parked in the Newton County Courthouse Square, ready to make the 45-minute drive back to her home in Battle Ground. Since initial charges were filed against Kurtz and 4 others in connection with the daughter's death, she and family members, always dressed in the t-shirts of Bowen's favorite color, hadn't missed what turned out to be more than a dozen court hearings. "I'm just ready for it to all be over," Samuels repeated. "We're accepting of the plea, let's put it that way." The other 4 people accused of playing roles in the Harrison High School graduate's death remain in custody as of Friday, according to jail records. Court documents offered more background to Kurtz's testimony Friday. Documents detail how Kurtz told police he drove Bowen to Jasmine Parker's trailer on Newton County Road, a few miles north of Ketland, the night of March 29th. Kurtz told police that he knew Garth, his girlfriend at the time, was there. Kurtz also told police he wanted the women to hash it out or fight it out. According to documents filed December 2019 with her murder charge, after DNA evidence suggested she played a larger role in the crime beyond instigating a fight, Garth told police that she considered Bowen a rival and an enemy because she was the other woman in Kurtz's life. Kurtz told police that Bowen was reluctant to go into the trailer. At some point while inside, Garth and Bowen got into it. As they fought, Kurtz told police he stepped in. Court documents claim Kurtz told police that he and Garth then strangled Bowen before wrapping her in a blanket. Kurtz said he enlisted help and drove her into rural Newton County. Bowen's body was found by a property owner the following afternoon in a storage trailer that had been converted into a hunting shack in a spot near Newton County Road. And okay. Wow. Okay, we have another shack reference here. Drinsky and Garth had a plea. Drinsky said Garth has a plea agreement pending that would drop the murder charge for a felony charge of assisting a criminal. Drinsky said that charge carries a maximum of 6 years in prison. He said Garth is scheduled to take a polygraph test next week, leading up to her next court date, October 21st. 3 other people have been charged in connection with Bowen's death. Talitha Beckley, 38-year-old Monticello woman who prosecutors say was in the trailer home that night, and Christopher Mathis, a 28-year-old Kentland man who was recruited to help Kurtz hide Bowen's body. have been charged with assisting a criminal level 5 felony that carries possible prison sentences of 1 to 6 years. Mathis also was charged with obstruction of justice. Mathis, who Drinsky said is also up for a polygraph test next week, has a pending plea deal and is scheduled for sentencing October 23rd. Beckley has asked for a trial on her charges. Beckley's next court appearance is scheduled for a hearing October 19th. Parker, 35, pleaded guilty October 2019 to assisting a criminal after she admitted that she was in her home that night, but had hidden in another room when Bowen was killed. The plea agreement came with a 1-year prison sentence on a charge that carries a sentence of 1 to 6 years, along with 4 years for being a habitual offender. Kurtz's claim that Palladino was involved was the first in public in the case. Drinsky said Palladino was not in the trailer that night. He said the only other detail he could offer was that the case is still under investigation. Efforts to reach Palladino were not immediately successful Friday. Still unresolved is Kurtz's possible involvement in the March 2019 death of Ray Hanisch, a 49-year-old man found dead in his Reynolds home. The White County coroner ruled the death a homicide caused by asphyxia due to ligature strangulation. The details in Hanisch's death remain sketchy in public view, and his family has pushed for explanations, including attending many of the Newton County hearings tied to Bowen's murder. In a socially distanced courtroom Friday, Hanisch's mother and sisters did not attend. December 2019, White County prosecutor Bob Guy, what a name, confirmed to the JNC that he was waiting for Kurtz's case in Newton County to wrap up before filing charges connected to Hanisch's death in Reynolds. Guy declined at the time to offer more details. He said investigators did not believe Hanisch's death was murder. He wouldn't commit to whether a criminal act led to Hanisch's death, whatever that means. Okay. So here's an updated article from Journal and Courier, updated December 28th, 2019. Suspect in Kentland torture murder case tied to strangulation death weeks earlier, 2 counties away. Dave Bangert. Family of Ray Hanisch first were told he died of natural causes. The death certificate now says homicide. Prosecutor says Garrett Kurtz, suspect in Nicole Bowen's murder, is connected in some way. The November morning, a bailiff escorted Garrett Kurtz, a Lebanon 21-year-old shackled and dressed in an orange jumpsuit, into Newton Superior Court. Dottie Hoagland Hanisch had squeezed into one of the 2 rows of the gallery, already filled with more than a dozen people in light blue t-shirts printed with a hashtag, Justice for Nicole. Hoagland Hanisch was a mismatch in a white t-shirt with big block rainbow letters. She'd made the 2-hour-plus drive from Warsaw with her daughter Roxanne Collins, who had come from her home in North Carolina, there in an identical white t-shirt, knowing she'd have to explain the message across her chest, Justice for Ray, and what it had to do with a murder case on another side of Indiana in another time zone. When her son, Ray Hanisch, died in March at the age of 49, his body was found in a Reynolds duplex days later. There were no accounts in a newspaper in or around the White County town 25 miles north of Lafayette. Nothing on TV either. Nothing much on social media even. The initial word she received was that Hanisch, a nurse at a nursing home in Monticello, had died of natural causes. It didn't add up, Hoagland Hanisch said. Months later, in September, Ray Hanisch's death certificate was released by the White County coroner. Under the manner of death section, the coroner put a check mark next to homicide. The cause of death, asphyxia due to ligature strangulation. The how and why are still sketchy from official sources. Sergeant Kim Riley, a spokesman for the Indiana State Police post in Lafayette, said results of an ISP investigation into Hanisch's death were turned over to the White County prosecutor. Beyond that, Riley said he wasn't in a position to share details of what police suspect happened to Ray Hanisch. What the family knows from the prosecutor is that Kurtz, charged in Newton County, jailed and awaiting a trial in connection with the strangulation death of Nicole Bowen, a West Lafayette mother of 2 found dead in late March a few miles from Kentland, was somehow tied to Ray Hanisch's death as well. So Hoagland Hanisch was there in the second-floor courtroom of the Newton County Courthouse among Bowen's friends and family, saying she'd keep showing up for court dates in another case to await on what she wants as spelled out on her custom-made t-shirt. Somebody needs to see that justice is done for my son, Hoagland Hanisch said. I guess it'll have to be me. The connection? The timeline. White County prosecutor Bob Guy confirmed to the JNC that he's waiting for Kurtz's trial to wrap up in Newton County before filing any charges connected to Ray Hanisch's death in Reynolds. He declined to give many details other than to say that witnesses tied to the Newton County death of Nicole Bowen have cooperated in the White County investigation too. His case will play a major role in what we do over here, Guy said. We believe we have a pretty good picture of what took place in White County, Guy said. We do not have a murder, I will say that. If there is a criminal act, it would be a much lower level. I'm not even saying there was a criminal act. We're, in a sense, playing a wait-and-see game. Cody Spear, Kurtz's attorney in Newton County murder case, did not immediately respond to calls for comment. Hoagland Hanisch said Guy has been in touch and has told them whatever happened, Kurtz claimed it was an accident. The rest, she and her daughters, Collins and Cher First Prentice, have tried to piece together the best they can. Hoagland Hanisch described her son as a mama's boy, staying in touch 3 or 4 times a week and attentive to her calls and texts from the other side of the state. She said her son was someone who wanted to help others even when she didn't think it was the greatest idea. That was the case in December 2018 when Ray Hanisch told her about taking in a couple who had been living in a van, feeding them, and allowing them a place to sleep and shower. I saw Ray posting pictures of these meals that could feed a family way more than he could eat, Hoagland Hanisch said. I told Ray, don't get involved, be careful. But I knew his heart. That's just what he did. Hoagland Hanisch said her son never told her who the couple was, but she said he told her that the man had expressed interest in a relationship. Hoagland Hanisch said Ray was gay, but he had told her that at nearly 50 years old, he wasn't going to get involved with someone who was in his early 20s. The last time Hoagland Hanisch heard from her son was on March 12th. They texted back and forth as she rode home with Collins from a dog show in Louisville. Ray Hanisch had asked her if they had fun at the show and told her that he'd been on a spring cleaning jag at his house. She said her daughter, First Prentice, traded texts with her son a few hours later, early in the overnight hours of March 13th, when both couldn't sleep. Hoagland Hanisch said texts she sent on March 13th and again on March 14th went unanswered, which she said she found odd. She said a nephew who lived in Valparaiso but worked in Lafayette had stopped in Reynolds to see Ray Hanisch around 4:30 p.m., March 13th, but her son's Pontiac G6 wasn't there, so the nephew drove home. When 3 more days passed with no answer from her son, Hoagland Hanisch called on March 16th to the nursing home where Ray Hanisch worked weekend shifts, hoping to catch him there. She was told he didn't show up for his shift. I immediately knew something was seriously wrong, Hoagland Hanisch said. Ray was never somebody who missed work. She said she filed a report of a possible missing person with Indiana State Police that day. On March 19th, a deputy with the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Office came to her home and told her that her son had been found dead in his home in Reynolds. Collins said his car was gone, recovered later in Lafayette. So was his cell phone, wallet, and credit cards. Police later tracked down a TV that had been taken and identified with a receipt the family found in Ray Hanisch's home. She said that when the family was allowed in her brother's home, the place was filled with cigarette butts, Solo cups, and generally trashed. Details still sketchy. Collins said the family still doesn't know where her brother was found in the home, who was there when he died, or why his face and upper body were so bruised that they couldn't have an open casket during his viewing and funeral on March 23rd in his hometown of Hebron in northern Indiana. The coroner's report that came months later that Ray Hanisch died by ligature strangulation was kind of like a gut punch, Collins said. I knew from the get-go that something happened to my brother, that this natural causes was total BS, Collins said. I have some scenarios in my mind. The one thing that sticks in my head is that he's getting swept under the rug because he was gay and that maybe that was part of what happened. Whatever happened, someone deserves to pay. The Nicole Bowen case. While law enforcement has been tight with what they know in White County, charges filed in Newton County lay out what police and prosecutors believed Kurtz did to Nicole Bowen 2 weeks later, a few months north of Kentland. According to court documents, Kurtz told police he drove Bowen to a trailer home on March 29th where he planned to pit Bowen, 30, against his girlfriend, Ashley Garth, a 27-year-old Delphi woman who told police she'd considered Bowen a rival and an enemy because she was the other woman in Kurtz's life. Kurtz told police that he wanted Garth and Bowen to hash it out or fight it out that night in his trailer home, according to a probable cause affidavit filed with his murder charges. It seems like he's into older women and much older men regarding Gareth Kurtz, if all of this information is to be believed. According to court documents, Kurtz jumped into the fray, putting Bowen in a chokehold until she passed out. Investigators say Kurtz wrapped a scarf and an extension cord around her neck so tightly that the end of the extension cord broke because he did not want Nicole to wake up. After wrapping Bowen's body in a blanket and packing tape, Kurtz told investigators he recruited help from Christopher Mathis, a Kentland man, to dump her body. On December 18th, Newton County prosecutor Jeff Drinsky upped Garth's charges from assisting a criminal to murder and conspiracy to commit murder when DNA evidence suggested she played a bigger role than first told. According to court documents filed that day, Kurtz said Garth tied a knot in the extension cord. "I know you're going to need this," she told him, and her fingerprints were found on the roll of tape used that night. Drinsky said a plea deal offered to Kurtz, one that Bowen's family members were told included a 45-year prison sentence, was taken off the table. Drinsky said he plans to go for life without parole, claiming Kurtz tortured Bowen. Kurtz is expected back in court January 6th to set a trial date. Garth is expected in court again January as well to deal with the new charges. 3 others, including Mathis, have been charged or sentenced in connection with assisting Kurtz in Bowen's death. In Carroll County, another case. Kurtz also faces an unresolved case in Carroll County from 2019. There he was charged with strangulation, accused of ambushing Garth and choking her until she passed out several times on January 20th at her home near Delphi. According to court documents, in the probable cause affidavit filed with the charges, Garth told police that Kurtz told her that he was not kidding about killing her, referencing earlier messages he had sent her. The court documents also say Kurtz denied Garth's version of the story, telling police that he'd been defending himself when she got mad and attacked him when he tried to borrow her cell phone. That case has its next hearing in February, according to Carroll County court records. That is kind of weird, though. So these two criminals who are being charged with killing another human being, one of them also has charges against the other. Man, this is one warped and twisted case. As for Ray Hanish's case, Guy said the Newton County case against Kurtz has to come first. Obviously, you'd have to decide the value of charging someone and bringing them back over if that person in fact received a larger sentence, a more lengthy sentence in another county, Guy said. Obviously, the family was very concerned about what had taken place, as they should have been, Guy said, and we've shared with them as much as we possibly could and answered their questions to this point. Everyone wants justice for their family member if there's been a criminal act. I told them we'd make a decision as soon as we could. Colin said she wants to see charges in her brother's death. I'm not stopping until we find out what happened to Ray, Colin said. Somebody did my brother wrong. Right now, we're supporting Nicole's family. It's all we can really do. Hoagland Hanish said she checks up on theories about her son's death on the Facebook group called Justice for Ray Hanish, even though it isn't easy to read. It's like somebody sticking me with a pin. That's how it is reading about my son's death day after day. She said about questions about whether there was something sexual in nature in Ray Hanish's death or that he might have been hanging around the wrong people. Even if he was, she said, he doesn't deserve to die from it. Hoagland Hanish said she'll keep making the drive to Kentland whenever Kurtz's case is on the docket. She said she'll be there for the trial, too, when that happens. I'll be in that t-shirt, Hoagland Hanish said. Ray deserves justice, too, you know. So, that is the background on Kurtz. He's been associated with the Delphi case as well on numerous occasions. I've gone over him in the past. So let's look at his MO here. So here's yet another post from the Libby and Abby subreddit by an astute researcher. Big statistician. Garrett Kurtz used a fake Grindr account to meet up with Ray Hanish, then killed him and staged the scene. Though the motive is not clear, it was very calculated and targeted. Is this a new method among those involved in drugs to reach a specific individual for all sorts of different motives? So here is yet another mind shock by posters since deleted. There was a Facebook post shared by Garrett Kurtz in January 2017 claiming that law enforcement contacted him about chatting with a 14-year-old. Garrett thought it was funny, using a laughing emoji, implying they were barking up the wrong tree. He appears to have preferred women and men, slightly older than himself, but maybe law enforcement was already trying to ID catfish accounts that were targeting minors prior to the Abby and Libby murders. Now, this is curious as well. So this is the month prior to the murders, and they're contacting Garrett Kurtz regarding some possible catfishing activity. Now, this just gets weirder and weirder, because if they already had investigations, is that why FBI was already there in the area investigating? They were already there by the time of the murders. Now, for those that believe that Kurtz was directly involved, the counterpoints here by posters are that he left his DNA all over Nicole, and he was found out just days later. There's no way he's smart enough to do Delphi and not leave any evidence pointing directly to him. Now, again, that doesn't mean he doesn't know other individuals who might have been involved. Okay, so let's examine the case against Garrett Kurtz now. So this is from a year ago on the Libby and Abby subreddit. More astute researchers going through the evidence. Now, on paper, it would seem that Kurtz should be written off, but we're going to go over some mind-shocking information here, including him knowing, at least to some degree, the German family. So let's start off here. This is a post by D.D. Cups 1 year ago. What is the case against Garrett Kurtz? Just posting an open question, I'm a little surprised here that Garrett Kurtz isn't being spoken about with higher intensity as the chief suspect in this crime. At least someone in his crew. What is the case against? Because the case for is quite compelling. He looks like both sketches, fits the body image of Bridge Guy, has reddish brown hair, voice as alike as any. He is a murderer. We know of one, and he has admitted to at least one more. He is young, but a crackhead, so kind of looks older. Language here. Outdoorsman. His Facebook is littered with cowboy stuff and usual rural America ranting about gun love and Second Amendment rights. Has confirmed to have spent considerable time on Ron Logan's property. Now, this is the one that really makes me unable to write him off completely. Perhaps he knows individuals, perhaps he knows who did it. I don't know. But that's just a curiosity. I mean, how many individuals that end up being murderers are just hang out on Ron Logan's property? I mean, that's just a curious question. So this is a fact from his Facebook posts and the interview where he stated he spent time there and knows about the shallow sand banks. A multi-murderer knows this secret location. Are we seriously suggesting small-town Delphi has two unrelated serial killers knowing that secret out-of-the-way riverbank? It's hard enough to find a Delphi connection, yet we have a connection to the same spot and a killer off his head on drugs. Police go in a different direction to a younger suspect 2.5 weeks after Garrett is known to authorities to the Bowen murder. Sketch 2 is also a dead ringer for his accomplice. Just a rumor, but apparently he didn't leave the house for 5 days around the killings. His Facebook photos are dark between January and June 2017. Before and after, he is a very frequent Facebook poster and photo uploader. Has stated in an audio interview posted here, police have tried to cut a plea deal with him over the murders, and he failed a polygraph. When asked if he killed the girls, his response was, "There's no evidence that says that. or words to that effect. That, to me, is a weird response over, no, I'm not a child killer. Someone theorized he may have just wanted to kidnap or rob them. Then, when he realized he vaguely knew the girls, he panicked and killed them. Sounds plausible. Now, wow, because here on Mindshock, I mean, we go over almost pretty much every theory out there. We actually have not gone over the theory that this was supposed to be a stranger crime, but when the perpetrator actually realized he might have known one or both of the girls, now he might have felt he had to kill them in order to not be turned in, whereas he thought he might have been targeting random people on the trails. Again, I'm not saying that theory is more or less likely than any other, but it's one that hasn't really been discussed, because the two that are discussed are that the killer knew them, catfish type situation, or stranger crime, the killer did not know them. But what if it was intended to be a stranger crime, but it turned out that the perpetrator did know one or both of them? Anyway, finishing up the post here, some of that stuff is very telling. A serial killer that looks like the sketch has spent time on Ron Logan's property in particular. Come on. How is he not being scrutinized the way Daniel Nations was? What am I missing? A post here, of course he's the most viable suspect by far. It's not even close. I'm convinced they just don't have usable DNA and he won't confess. Every observation you've made, especially the accomplice's resemblance to the second sketch, has also come to my mind when considering Kurtz. I think the second sketch unveil was a play by law enforcement to scare the accomplice in the Bowen murders into flipping on Kurtz. Until they charge someone else, Kurtz is the bridge killer as far as I am concerned. Another post by poster since deleted. I think you have made all good points. Watching his jail videos, he just didn't strike me as bridge guy, but I could be completely wrong. I would not be surprised if it turned out that he had knowledge or was involved. The other thing I wonder about is his girlfriend. She kind of looks the most like bridge guy out of all of them. I could swear I saw somewhere that his girlfriend had some kind of relationship to one of the girl's parents, but I don't know where I saw it. I also thought that in one of the jail videos he said his girlfriend could look mannish, if that is a word. A response here by Catch Me Trolls. Libby's father, Derek German, was a cooperating witness against Ashley Garth just prior to the double slaying. Garth, of course, Kurtz's girlfriend. Derek German's testimony aided in Ashley Garth losing custody of her child. Derek German cooperated with the feds to avoid jail for a drug-related offense. So this is curious. We haven't specifically examined this in relations to Kurtz. So let's look at this in context here. Now, we really don't know why Kurtz is so intimately familiar with Ron Logan's property, but he seems to be. No one knows why, but he spends a lot of time, or enough time, on Ron Logan's land. Now, is Ron Logan involved in some kind of a drug ring or something else far more sinister, and he knows Kurtz, and this was all planned? But why would Kurtz... It doesn't sound like it. It almost sounds like if they did have a falling out, who was the one that burglarized the Logan home? Because if that was Kurtz, and he has a grudge against Logan, he's familiar with Logan's property. Now, Derek German testified against Kurtz's girlfriend. She loses custody of her child. Is this retaliatory? I mean, the motive is there. Obviously, that doesn't mean he was responsible in any way. But it's kind of hard to argue against the motive, because German, if this is all true, that Catch Me Trolls has reported, I mean, other people have reported this as well, that Derek German did testify, and if this is all true regarding Ashley Garth losing custody being testified against by Derek German, now you have Garrett Kurtz, a known murderer, a known murderer, multiple offender, intimately familiar with Ron Logan's land, who had his girlfriend lose custody of a child because of Derek German. I mean, I don't know. What do people make of the theory that Bridge Guy is a female? Would she... and going back to the theory that Bridge Guy had an old man mask on, what do we make of all that? Another astute post here by Gypsy Jenna. I would be thrilled if it were him, since he's been incarcerated for a while, regarding Garrett Kurtz. I do agree there are some interesting points about him, particularly his knowledge of the area. When it comes to his intelligence is where I'm less optimistic he could be the perp. I can't help but think that if he did it, someone would have spoken out already. There's no way he would have kept a secret. I'm not saying that whoever did this is some sort of evil mastermind genius, but I think there's an elevated level of sophistication that Kurtz doesn't exhibit to me. The rebuttal post here, if Abby and Libby were killed to silence people, then others wouldn't be willing to say anything, especially for a nominal sum of money. The reward isn't really that small, but also not enough to really change one's identity and totally start over somewhere else. They would probably be thinking, is it worth it to also risk my life with meth addicts and a gang to come forward about this crime? Is the reward enough so that I could really not be found out after giving info testifying against them? I think law enforcement should be talking about the witness protection program publicly regarding this case, and it's curious that they never have. A post by True Crime Me. I think motive is a good case. Kurtz killed those he would benefit from killing. He killed people he knew. Bridge Guy seemingly has a different motive. Either thrill kill or sexual killer, but not a kill for convenience. Secondly, the type of killer Kurtz was. He didn't independently to kill anyone, but rather had confidence in killing with pack mentality. Bridge Guy seemed very motivated, determined, and very alone. How do we know he was alone? I trust law enforcement on that one. They are probably saying that because of the audio they have, there was only 3 voices. While it would be easy to pick Kurtz and wipe our hands of it all and praise we got the one and only baddie, I just genuinely think he isn't involved, and any little hints and tips he gives is because he wants the attention. I don't think Bridge Guy wants the attention. I also don't think Bridge Guy is as stupid as Garrett Kurtz seems to be. He's a blabbermouth. Bridge Guy has kept his secret very well and left nothing behind so far. Honestly, I'll hold up my hands and say my armchair opinion was dumb if it turns out to be him, but I really just think people just don't want to consider Delphi can produce any, never mind multiple murderers. Some other investigators, some other online researchers here have found out links with old MySpace connections between Ashley Garth and Derek German. The people he named as friends associates of Ashley Garth weren't just made up, which actually makes me think that if he didn't do it, what he heard about it was very possibly true. Nicole Bowen was allegedly killed because of her knowledge of their meth dealing, and it's not a stretch to me that they may have also killed Abby and Libby to ensure silence of a family member. I'm saying that because I agree with original poster that it's curious that people are so quick to rule out everything Garrett Kurtz so easily. Another post here by Only Management. Listen to Open Secrets Delphi. The videos are all short because they are phone calls Kurtz made from prison to the person who owns the site. He's vulgar, so you don't want to watch too much. Every other word is the F word. He is happy to trash Ashley Garth, says she's a liar and a manipulator. He protests too loudly on these videos that law enforcement is trying to pin the Delphi murders on him. Watch the prison call with Mathis, who helped him dispose of Nicole's body. He wants to talk, but he can't because Kurtz threatened his 3 daughters. The mothers of his children have all purchased weapons and obtained concealed carry permits. The guy is frantic about what may happen to them. You will note that Kurtz is asked several times if he knows the Germans. He says no, but later he says he dated and did drugs with Libby's cousin. If she did recognize him, that would be why. There is also a video with Ed Bounds and Open Secrets in which Ed said he was in Delphi talking to locals and he was told Garth had an apartment very close to the bridge and Kurtz was staying there at the time of the murders. He brings up a point from Kurtz's confession regarding Bowen that he put her body in that shipping container so she would be found. He wanted her body to be found. Same with Abby and Libby. He laid them out in a way that he wanted them to be found. Also, in all the jailhouse calls, he is spitting nonstop. Bridge guy was spitting. He tells the interviewer he has no hair, sketch can't be him. He had curly hair and cut it off after the sketch came out. Further, the shipping crate he placed Bowen in looks like a shack, and that is why the police referenced the shack. They wanted Kurtz to know they were talking to him. I think Kurtz's mother knows all. Crack her and the case is solved. Kurtz is very explosive and you can see that in all of the videos. He even strangled Garth one night until she blacked out. Did it more than once that night. He did that to a person he claimed to love every day on Facebook. He is my POI of choice. Interesting points there. I mean, if there is a connection with a cousin of the German family, I believe other people said that he liked photos that someone in the German family was posting on Facebook as well. So he might have connections to the German family. And a few more rumors here. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. If this is all true, it would be very, very damning and possibly also explain his intimate knowledge of the Logan property. But someone stated here he used to go to church. He's written prayers on his Facebook feed, aligns with the conscience comment from Carter. So, you know what? Is it possible that Carter and the law enforcement thought it was Kurtz, so they were talking to him at some of the press conferences? But it's not him, but they thought it was. Does that explain some of these comments? Supposedly, Kurtz worked on the Mears property right next to the bridge there. And supposedly the Mears have denied that, but here's the thing. Would they deny it? Yet another interesting post here from the profile guy. Kurtz's colleagues are as interesting as anything. Mathis wasn't there but heard from Kurt. Who was there because he knows his DNA and fingerprints are not there. He knows the murder weapon. Mathis is a mid-level drug dealer. Not the manufacturer, but close. He is trusted within the group. Mathis has been around a bit, although he made a mistake that might have labeled him an informant. I don't think Mathis was called for until the Bowen's body was removed. Jasmine Parker. If Nicole was murdered for being a snitch, then most likely Parker catfished her. Probably through fear, and she doesn't even know it. Jasmine lived in the same town as Nicole Bowen. Ashley Garth is from Delphi. She is the girlfriend, but no love rivalry existed. They could hardly say it was an ordered and planned hit. Just a theory. So, further analysis here from interviews with Garrett Kurtz on Open Secrets, and there are YouTube videos of all of this. A write-up by Mom Anan. He claims he brought Nicole over to Jasmine Parker's house. She took a deal and is now immune from further charges implication in Nicole's murder. Per Garrett, Ashley Garth was at Jasmine's house when he and Nicole arrived. For what he says was to pick up his clothes, and from what he says, he was blinded by his love and obsession for the time for Ashley, and did whatever she wanted him to do. He claims she was as actively involved as he was, that she wanted Nicole gone. Keep an eye out for that portion of the interview coming this week. Everyone that witnessed this murder decided to not call for help, not to reach out with an anonymous tip after she was killed. Nothing. Why? Well, it's my opinion that when you get that many people who are using meth around the clock together, this is what it leads to. Here are my two takeaways I haven't mentioned yet. 1. Who was the young couple reportedly fighting under the high bridge at the time of Abby and Libby's murder? 2. From what I heard, it seems law enforcement is going to try and bring charges against Garrett for the Delphi murders. Why do I think that? Well, because of the timing of the new sketch, second-year presser, as well as him being dropped into law enforcement's lap 20 days earlier for Nicole's murder. Garrett claims he passed and then failed his polygraph test because he was being asked questions rapidly. He claims law enforcement tracked down the throwaway phone he allegedly was using in February 2017. Law enforcement claims his phone pinged in Delphi at the time of the murders. And after his polygraph showed deception, the 45-year deal offered to him in the murder of Nicole was taken off the table immediately following that. I'm convinced that if he is suspected of being Bridge Guy, law enforcement thinks that one of the co-defendants in Nicole's murder charge is aware or suspicious of him and possible involvement in Delphi. How many coincidences before it's mathematically impossible? If Garrett is being honest and has nothing to do with the killing of Abby and Libby, it means that there would have had to have been 2 serial killers that happened to be on Ron Logan's property the same month and year of Delphi slayings. Anyway, sorry guys, I'm kind of taking this out with myself on here, so I'm much info I'm processing at once. Counterpoint here, another thing is Kurtz is the one giving the info. Maybe the cops are lying to him about failing the polygraph. It's a thing they are allowed to do, unfortunately. Lie to a suspect to see if he will incriminate himself. I find it funny that he says the one cop was nice to him, giving him the old good cop, bad cop routine. Okay. And they let him smoke a cigarette. And someone responded they gave him the cigarette to get his DNA off of it. And that's another thing. Like, they might have really thought it was him and planned to go through with it. And maybe possibly just to get the case solved. Because, again, unfortunately, across the country, there are police officers who just want to close cases. Not necessarily find the guilty parties. They might think they're guilty or guilty enough, or maybe theoretically they could be guilty. Obviously, it's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but they want to close cases. They want that positive publicity. They want those numbers covered. Unfortunately, that is the case. Now, would they do that in a high-profile case? Maybe. I mean, on one hand, there's that much more pressure to solve it because these were 2 kids that were murdered. On the other hand, certain officers might want to do it more by the book because the kids would deserve justice. So you get both ends of the spectrum in a situation like this. Now, regarding why he would even do the interview, the interviewer posted this here. I gave him plenty of notice and the courtesy of time to go over all of this with his attorney prior to me writing, editing, and publishing the project. Garrett wants the public to know that he had nothing to do with the murders of Abigail and Liberty. There's quite a bit more coming. Conversation was absolutely fascinating, and he was very open about how his drug use contributed to the road he ended up going down. Another observer posted this. Good to hear his voice, at least. What seems like a denial. Called them little girls in a way that suggests disgust at their murder. Sounds like a kid who messed up his life. Wonder if Abby and Libby's murder will sound as young and dumb as this sketchy dude. And again, with some of these psychotic killers, they might be disgusted at their own actions as well, and there could be some dissociative disorders, all of these things, so obviously that's not really proof either way. And there's even more connections here, so Sad Obligation posted this. I would also like to add, I'm not buying the fact that he didn't know the Germans, at least one particular one. Anna Williams is Facebook friends with Ashley Garth's mother. Huh. That's weird. So here's what some more posts regarding the polygraph by Satana. Huge news. It sounded like he took a polygraph regarding the girls from Delphi, and because he was deceptive, they took the 45 years off the table and went back to offering 6 years in prison for the other murder. Huh. curious. So, regarding Christopher Mathis, this accomplice of sorts, an associate of Kurt's, also on the Libby and Abby subreddit, user since deleted posted this: Kurtz seems to have the authority, yet the guy is 22 years old, the youngest. Garth got out on bail, meaning she is pulling the innocent card and will say anything to the contrary that she was privy to the idea of premeditated murder. Mathis is going to do hard time for no other reason than helping Kurtz dispose of a murder victim's body. The fact that Kurtz has some authority here is interesting for his age compared to others. Mom Anon responded, "It's my personal opinion that a lot of people underestimate Garrett Kurtz." Now, here's the thing about that. So, people who truly research true crime, that actually go deep into psychology, profiling, and examine different cases and different criminals, is it possible that Garrett Kurtz is just playing stupid? He's playing to be much stupider than he is. Now, this is more common than people think. And I've actually, I don't remember where. There was a business guy who actually had this as a strategy. I forgot his name. I wonder if he's on YouTube. He basically said he played stupid to make everyone think they were smarter than him, but he was the one pulling the strings in actuality, because if he came in being honest about his true intelligence level, they wouldn't underestimate him. They would have their guard up higher, whereas he played so stupid that they were a lot more relaxed around him, and they didn't believe that he would be trying to exploit them on all these business deals. Now, is that the case for certain criminals, where they play stupid, but they're the true string pullers? Also, is it possible that Kurtz is just very unintelligent in certain areas, but there's one or two things where he's just almost kind of like an idiot savant of sorts, where there's just certain things that he does well, and that has enabled him to pull off more crimes than what he was caught for. Now, in a drug-induced stupor, is it possible he also does reckless crimes, but then he's also committed all these other crimes nobody knows about? Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just putting that possibility on the table because there are certain people that play stupid. Now, here's another super dark theory. This was posted by Mary Jane Evermont. Ashley Garth has the nose. I don't know if she's referring that to Ashley Garth being Bridge Guy, but she posted this: "Who was Libby having trouble with at school? I read she was on the outs with some friends and wanted to make up. Was she lured there? How was one subdued while he killed the other? I really think they are doing a great disservice by not releasing shoe size, right or left-handed. I believe 100% they have shoe prints of this guy." Now, that's a curious theory regarding being on the outs with certain friends, because as dark as it is, young teens have, and even younger, have killed their friends over spats, over seemingly nothing to adults, but in their undeveloped minds, it justified murder somehow. So is that a factor? I don't know. So circling back here, all the way back to the Chadwell and Klein theory, now that we've dissected Kurtz a bit, back to this post by the Ferber, I think some folks are going to be surprised to find out Klein is or was friends with Garrett Kurtz. Everything is going to make sense then. This is looking like a catfish situation that led to murder. Not a coincidence that almost 2 years later, Kurtz catfishes Hamish and then murders him. And the worst part of that is he got away with it. Or at least for now. Now here's the other thing too. I've mentioned this before. Even if all these guys know each other, that doesn't necessarily mean one of them is Bridge Guy, or that they did the crime together, or that they even know who the perpetrator of the crime is. Just like in any industry, for lack of a better word, people know each other. That doesn't necessarily mean anything damning, but it could. It definitely could. So the last thing we're going to go over here is a 3D image of young bridge guy, or the young sketch, whatever, the younger suspect's sketch. The second sketch released. Curious. I don't know the origin of this, but this is the 3D rendered sketch. What do we make of it? Who does he resemble, if any of the persons of interest we went over? I mean, he doesn't really look like Klein. Does he look like Kurtzmar? Does he look like Mathis? Or is this just made from the catfish, from the Anthony Schatz profile? Or is it someone else entirely? And what I've actually mentioned before regarding the sketches, so the old bridge guy sketch, supposedly this was the sex offender that was arrested and cleared and is no longer a person of interest. I mean, there are still some Dunning-Kruger goofs running around on the Delphi murders subreddit and other places who just cannot comprehend this. I mean, this is a police bulletin. I mean, they're hallucinating. I made it up or started a rumor or something. You can go right on the Indiana State Police website and look at this bulletin that they released regarding the old bridge guy sketch. This was somebody who's no longer a person of interest. And then, of course, Jim Clemente has also stated as much, that he was arrested and cleared. So from what we know, there were people walking around who saw this older guy that seemed suspicious. And that's where the old bridge guy sketch came from. Not necessarily the guy on the bridge in the video. Although, again, we don't really know, but not necessarily. So he's arrested, cleared. Now, the young guy sketch allegedly made from a witness who saw him hanging around the bridge. Now, some people speculate that this witness was actually involved in the crime, and they just made up somebody who they know wasn't responsible to throw everybody off. So both sketches could theoretically be red herrings. Theoretically. The video could be a red herring, theoretically. Again, if we don't have the exact metadata on the video, I've gone over that in the previous episode as well. So that's all we have for now. I mean, we examined all these connections. Klein, Chadwell, Kurtz. Are there more connections? And when you're dealing with shady individuals capable of murder, this might involve a meth ring. This might involve some kind of trafficking ring. This involves online child exploitation rings. I mean, there's so much that this involves and intersects. I mean, obviously the goofs out there are going to call it all conspiracy theories, but these are very well grounded in fact of the type of shady individuals in the area. Now, exactly what happened and who the perpetrators are, of course, that's unknown as of this time. But all we can do is go over the known information and basically speculate without falling for any of these logical fallacies that all these other podcasts and subreddits seem to fall for when they discuss all these various cases. But that's why Mindshock exists. So I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime, found it interesting and informative. Let's keep the pressure and awareness up in this case, because this is how cases get solved. Justice is, of course, deserved, and justice delayed is justice denied. So keep up the awareness, like and share the podcast. You can become a YouTube member for more member-only content. You could also support the podcast by donating to a PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Or you could become a patron on Patreon if you prefer the Patreon platform. You could also check us out, Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi Case Series. This is episode 27, Satellite Images. That's right, we're going over satellite images the day of, or the alleged day of, the Delphi murders. Of course, there's some serious issues with the timeline. There are some people out there that actually don't even believe that in post-2000s that there isn't mass surveillance in the sky. Now, even if you're a flat earther, even flat earthers must understand there's high-altitude planes, high-altitude hot air balloons. There is something up there taking photographs. So whether you're even the flat earthers should be able to understand that surveillance is happening. The Echelon spy satellite system started, I think it actually started in the 70s or 80s, possibly earlier, but it was covering most of the world as early as the early 90s. So, again, this is not anything in the world of crazy, unproven conspiracy. Anybody can research the history of spy satellites and how they work and what kind of images they take. We're talking 24/7 surveillance on every major city area in the world. Now, where it gets a little dicey is how high res are the images and or video being taken, and can it be used to help solve cases? Obviously it can, but if we don't have access to the really, really high-end stuff from the NSA, which technically would be classified, we're using civilian tech that can be accessed, and it's obviously not as good. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support Mindshock. Help keep up awareness in cold cases such as this one and other cases for closure and justice, which, of course, all victims deserve. You can also support Mindshock by being a member right here on YouTube for exclusive access to streams and chat rooms for more advanced or aficionados more well-versed in certain cases, so we don't have to keep going over the basics. And like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests, as do YouTube members, so you can pick which platform you want, or if you want to support Mindshock on both, you can do that as well. Everything is appreciated. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications for updates, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's look at what we have here. A very astute researcher, Tom Webster, actually tracked down some satellite images, which are very, very curious.
We're seeking the public's help to identify the driver of a vehicle that was parked at the old CPS DCS welfare building in the city of Delphi that was abandoned on the east side of County Road 300 North next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway between the hours of noon to 5.
At the April 22, 2019 press conference, law enforcement asked for information about the car or driver at the CPS abandoned lot. I thought it was kind of odd that they said until 5 o'clock, since apparently bridge guy left around 3:15. I wondered why they think he was there that early and also that late. What evidence do they have? Is there a security camera at this building across the street, but they just couldn't see any license plate, or what? Was he sitting in his car from 3:15 until 5 o'clock, like an arsonist who set a fire and waits for the fire department to show up? This led me to believe that law enforcement wouldn't be asking about a car parked here if the 1:30 and 3:15 sightings by witnesses were untrue, where they both said they saw a bridge guy coming from Freedom Bridge and going towards it. So in mid-February 2021, after the 4-year anniversary when I started looking into this case, the first thing I did was look into how I could find information about this car. The first thing I thought about were satellites that orbit Earth to take spy photos and for other purposes. So the first thing I did was open Google Maps and go to the abandoned parking lot at the CPS building, and if you right-click, you can get the latitude and longitude. Once I had the latitude and longitude, I Googled for satellite companies, and some of them have search engines engines within their websites. This is the list of companies that I investigated. Using the latitude and longitude, I was able to search for February 13th, 2017, the day of the murders. Surprisingly, I saw that they had some results. So if you see here, it says 1758 UTC, which is 12:58 Eastern Time. Bridge guy was supposed to be at this location at 12:58 Eastern Time. So obviously I was kind of encouraged that it might lead to some good evidence. This is some more details about the file and the photo. Press pause if you want to see more. Unfortunately, their previews are in very low resolution, so I contacted the websites to see if I can get a better resolution photo. One of the sales reps from Maxar was kind enough to reply to me and saying that he went to Purdue during the time of the murders and he was familiar with the case. He suggested Planet Labs as having all of the satellite images from all satellite providers. So after I emailed Planet Labs twice and did not hear back over several weeks, I guessed the email of the CEO and asked him for help related to the case. A few days later, they were kind enough to send me 2 photos from February 13th, 2017 at 12:58 p.m. Eastern at no charge, so thank you to Planet Labs. They also confirmed that this is the only time on February 13th that they have imagery for Delphi. As you can see, these photos are at an angle, which I believe is because the satellite is orbiting at a certain angle, and that's how they take the photos. I was really anxious to open the files, hoping that it would show a clear image of a vehicle or the color. Unfortunately, I found out that images from Google Earth and Google Maps are usually taken from an airplane at a resolution of 5 to 15 centimeters. But the highest resolution satellite imagery for commercial purposes is usually at 3 meters, which I was told means each pixel is approximately 10 by 10 feet, and it's difficult to make out objects like cars. So this is the CPS building. I'm going to zoom in as close as possible so you can see. That's the maximum zoom. Now, if you look on the Hoosier Heartland Highway, like I believe right here and here would be tractor trailers, so you can get an idea of the size of everything. There might be a car right here. So the 2 images they sent to me seem to be about 1 second apart. So if you try to look here at the parking lot, it's obviously kind of difficult to make out anything. It looks like there might be a white dot here. It looks like there might be a white dot here in the street, car going by. There might be a white dot here. Obviously you don't know what's a pixel that's blurred or a car at this resolution. Over here you can see that there's a white mark here, which I'll show you in a second what that is and how that size matches up. So I refer to these 2 satellite images as east and west. As you can see, this one is more towards the east and this one is more towards the west side of town, but it also did capture the CPS building. And in this version, it looks like there's a white dot here near the entrance. So I created this image here to see how the 2 satellite images differed. And obviously at this resolution, it looks ridiculous and you can't really tell anything. So on the left, we have the west image and on the right, we have the east. To me, this section here on the east image seems to be more black down here. And it looks like there might be some white here. And on the west image, it looks like there's some white here. It also looks like there might be a car here in the street driving by. So I tried to think, how could I make more sense of this? I thought maybe I could compare them to Google Earth and also helicopter footage. So this is what that is. On the left, I have the satellite image from the west. In the middle is Google Earth from April 2017, 2 months after the murders. And on the right is a screen capture I took from helicopter footage the morning of February 14th, the day after the murders. So as you can see here, the driveway pretty much looks the same color. Except for this here. This is, like I said, this is from April. This is from the day after. I'll show you a little bit later what this white stuff is. But if you look here at the satellite image, even though it's really pixelated, I don't think it looks like the entire parking lot is empty. Can I tell what kind of car is there or anything else? No, I can't. This is the comparison at smaller resolutions. The helicopter looks like it's pretty wide on the left side of the parking lot, but over here, it looks like the top is empty. It looks like the north part of the parking lot is the same color, but the bottom half is not, which leads me to believe that something is parked there at 12:58. I also looked at the alternate parking lot across the highway. As you can see here in the middle, this is the April 2017 Google Earth image. This circle here was a tree that they took out, so that's this black dot here. On the right is helicopter footage from the day after the murders. I know it's at a bad angle, but I tried to match it up with this. As you can see, the lot seems very dirty or muddy, possibly from the snow that they had the previous days. So because this is so discolored, and also because the pixelation of the satellite image is so low, it's really difficult to make anything out of this, but I wanted to at least show people that this was available, and unfortunately it does not provide any clues. So I got these photos on March 22nd of 2021, and I thought it'd be something that other online sleuths would find interesting, and also potentially law enforcement. And then a few weeks later, I saw on Gray Hughes' YouTube channel that he had actually found satellite images in, I think, 2019. And he said that he had already informed police, and they said that they think they already had the image that he had sent them. So I did not send this into police because A, the quality isn't great, B, somebody else said they already did, and C, he said the police already had it. In Gray Hughes' video, his image seemed to be a little bit different than mine, but he did say his was also from 1258, although he had to pay $450 for his, and luckily I got mine for free. So I'll just show this entire area to people so you can see what it shows. I know some people speculate that the killer may have been a hitchhiker, or he pulled his car or truck over on the side of the road and then easily escaped. But if you look over here on the highway, there's nothing really on the side of the road that sticks out. This is from April 2017 on Google Earth. You can see here is a tractor trailer. Here is those markings that you can see in the satellite image. That's a car. This highway, I've never seen a picture of it with a lot of cars or trucks on it. That's the same discoloring that you can see in the April image. So that's the west photo. This is the east photo. I will take it from the top just so people can get an idea of this. It's pretty eerie knowing that bridge guy is in this picture somewhere. So this is the bridge down here. Obviously, it's not very clear. Here's the cemetery. I will zoom in as close as possible to the cemetery. This is a comparison photo I made of the cemetery. On the right is a Google Earth image from April 2017. On the left is a satellite image. You can kind of match up all of the trees here. Unfortunately, also like the CPS building, it's too difficult to see if anybody was parked here. There is a little white dot here, but also you can kind of see this is a little bit discolored. This is a tree, that's a tree. So again, this is pretty much useless. At the business across the street from the CPS building, I saw these two white things, and you can see them in the satellite image here. Also, it looks like there might be a white car or truck parked behind this building who may have been a witness to at least tell law enforcement who they saw parked over here. I took this screen capture from the helicopter on the 14th just to see if I could notice any kind of security camera that might be pointing to the right where the CPS building is. There's something here, obviously, and there's some markings here. I really don't see anything that could be a security camera. I don't know what this is here, but obviously some of them are very small and would not show up on a helicopter footage. This is from a press release saying a car was parked in the abandoned CPS building parking lot between the hours of noon and 5 on February 13th, 2017. We are looking for anyone who could give a description of vehicles that were in the parking lot during the time. I saw a few people online speculate about this truck here and whether it was abandoned and related to the murders, but this image shows that it has cones in the back, and there are cones here, so I assume it's a city vehicle. Like I said, this is on the morning of the 14th, the day after the murders. You can see there's some white stuff up here, which I did not notice that in the satellite image. And like I said, I felt like the white was more over here. I don't know when these circles were put here. I kind of gave up on the satellite images after the resolution was so low, but then I felt like the evidence was so important that I couldn't give up so easily. So I searched articles for high-resolution satellite images. So I contacted all of these companies or government departments, and unfortunately only NASA replied that they do not provide highly detailed high-resolution satellite imagery. I searched for Russian satellites, and that is this company here. They did reply that they do not have any images for Delphi from 1 to 3 p.m. on the 13th. I didn't expect any of them to reply to me or feel like they were obligated to, but a phrase I thought of during my research was, if you want answers, you gotta ask questions. So I don't think there's anything wrong with politely contacting companies. Hopefully law enforcement was able to utilize any connections that the FBI has to some of these other government agencies, which have maybe higher resolution or 1 meter resolution. So I wondered, how else could law enforcement get an image of the car that was parked there? I thought about tractor trailers driving by that may have had a dash cam. So if they were coming from the opposite side of the highway, they may have gotten it in video, but obviously now 4 years later it's too late. And I feel like law enforcement thought at the beginning of this case that it would be solved quickly because of the video, and they may not have put out any kind of request for these type of videos. I don't know how often local police drive by the Freedom Bridge in the CPS building, but it is possible that one of them got the car on their dash cam. They just don't have the license plate.
So that's what we have there from the astute sleuth Tom Webster. Now, what does that tell us? So first of all, obviously there's a lot more high-res classified satellites that are not even admitted to exist. I mean, anybody who knows anything about how government or clandestine programs operate knows that. I mean, that's been the case every step of the way through history with all technology. So, yeah, clearly there's something there that could be a lot more helpful. Now, what we have here, it's still not useless. I wouldn't call it useless. However, obviously, it is not enough to definitively prove or pinpoint any specific type of vehicle. It is blurry. It's very hard to tell. It may rule out certain individuals. I mean, what's up with that black SUV in the parking lot? Other vehicles in the parking lot could be more looked into. Also possible escape routes after the fact. Possibly not even that close to Delphi. All depends. I mean, you know, I'm sure the person of interest list is very, very long. So tracking all those vehicles through not only satellite images, but also possibly toll booths. There's a lot of work that can be done here in the satellite realm. Now, I will address one more point made by a very, very astute commenter on the Mindshock podcast on YouTube. Anna posted this. Pictures of the CPS building seem to show a roof-covered parking area close to the building. I think this is where the mystery car was supposed to have been. Interesting what was said about satellite surveillance. If I am correct that there was covered parking, then even the make and color of a car may not be discernible. This makes some sense of that as a parking area for the killer. There was a police scanner talk seeking information about a young man who walked down the highway with a duffel bag. So I wonder if the duffel bag could have been part of the bulk under a bridge guy's jacket, and if he did swap out his layers of clothing so he looked like someone else leaving the area to return to the main parking area near the CPS building. The building was unused at the time and reportedly has since been torn down. That's an excellent point regarding cover. So if there was a covered parking or parking somewhere where the satellite wouldn't necessarily help, yeah, that's an issue. However, again, if we're talking highly classified top secret NSA satellites, they're recording a 24/7 live feed, so they would theoretically still have the car driving to the parking area and away, even though certain images might not be visible of the vehicle if it's under covered parking. Either way, I mean, that's a good point as well. I mean, the satellite imagery would not be a magic catch-all, but again, if we had access to the most top secret stuff with the really high-res 24/7 feeds like the NSA does, I mean, that could solve this case. Again, I mentioned this. It's not like they have to even disclose that they gave it. Why not? So it's kind of like if you don't have a warrant, you find something, you can't use it in court. But even though you can't use it in court, if they found out the car, I don't know even if the highest res satellite images can help you make out an individual, maybe what they're wearing a little bit, but from an above view, that's probably too hard and probably can't get their face. But if they did narrow down the vehicle, if they had at least narrowed down what type of vehicle it is, even if it's not an exact match, even if they narrowed it down to, let's say, 10 different types of vehicles and 10 different types of vehicle colors, you know, if it was white or some kind of off-white or light gray, they would have some options there to work with. And then if they checked toll booth footage or other areas to see if they could find that exact vehicle, or at least a possible vehicle, and then work their way backwards to find the possible POIs that could have been driving the vehicle. Again, even if that was not admissible in court, if they narrowed it down to the PI, now they can put surveillance on the POI. Now they can begin to build a case after having some solid information that this is most likely the individual that was at the CPS building. And that's done, again, in a lot of cases where either warrants were obtained unlawfully or whatever. The evidence was inadmissible, but they got a really good inkling of who the guy was, so then they began the gathering evidence that would be admissible, which they wouldn't have even been able to do if they didn't know which guy to look at. So you could work the case backwards that way. And again, I'm just postulating here, maybe that was done. Maybe the NSA did give the FBI and the Indiana State Police all of this information, and they do have somebody, but again, because it was obtained unlawfully, they can't use it, and they're just watching the guy building a case. Maybe they are doing that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, because this is the Mindshock podcast, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Okay, so let's look at some posts here regarding more curiosities regarding satellite imagery. So this was posted by Deviant Dahlia 2 years ago on the Delphi Murders subreddit. Satellite Gap. Basically, I'm a pretty big fan of looking at satellite imagery. It's like traveling, but free. Anyways, I thought it might be interesting to try to go back in some satellite archives to see if I could find any images from that day. But looking through about 6 different programs and sites, all of them have weird time gaps around and always including February 13th, 2017. Even the programs with a month-by-month archive have at least a few-week gap there. Why is there no satellite imagery available for the area in the general time period? So I believe this is referring to Tom Webster here. There was a very detailed satellite image from the day of the murders. He said it cost a fortune, like hundreds of dollars, but I think one or more of his viewers donated money for it. He was mainly looking for a car at the CPS building, since that was one of the main talked about points at the time. Unfortunately, the image wasn't detailed enough, despite being way better than what you see on Google Maps. You just could not tell if there was a car there or not. And again, even if there was some kind of covered area, if they're only releasing a few images, the civilian surveillance tech, they might not have a 24/7 live video feed. Again, is it really that crazy to assume that the NSA does? Some people think it is. Another post here. Could authorities have requested a takedown if a satellite image had captured the crime scene? Would any of these archivists be obligated to take the images down? You know, that is a curiosity, because you have these high-altitude Google planes also that are just mapping and taking overhead photos of everything. You would have to think, I mean, there's got to be some murders that have been captured, or some kind of assaults and crimes, just by the very nature of the 24/7 surveillance state that the world has found itself in through rapidly evolving technology. Another post here on the same subreddit by True Crime Me, with 2 E's, Delphi Murders Map. I doodled a map yesterday on an explanation over why the initial search didn't find the girls and they were only seen after daybreak. I wasn't really expecting people to find it as helpful as they did, so here's a Google Earth version. Now you can change angles, set it in 3D to get a perspective of where they ended up, a view of the hill, how long the trail is, and just how long the bridge really is. I am not local, so most of this is based on other information out there and not any unique or direct source. If there is anything incorrect, please let me know. Please play around with the map, use the ruler too, and look about to see why the girls felt trapped, how few options they had, how they weren't found right away, the proximity of the graveyard, how far Ron Logan's home is. Okay, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of curiosities here, of course. So Ron Logan's home actually is not that close to the bridge. It's not right there. However, the other house, there's two other houses that are relatively close. Some believe the girls might have even made a break for it to go to the house to maybe get help or whatever if they were being attacked there, if that was the case. But yeah, this is a potential path here from the south side of the bridge across the creek bed and to the place where the bodies were found. On this map, it's labeled the murder scene, but of course we have no way of knowing whether it was actually the murder scene. I feel like I have to reiterate this all the time because there's so many people that don't know about the thermal imaging drone that did not pick up any bodies the day of. So does that mean they were submerged in water for a long period of time before being dragged up to the point where their body temps would not be detected? I mean, they'd have to be completely submerged for a pretty long period of time in order to not detect in that amount of hours. If you haven't checked out the entire podcast on that, make sure you check that out. I go over in extensive detail and citing medical journals for the exact mathematics of how quickly heat will dissipate from a body and whether or not it would be picked up by a thermal imaging drone. If you don't feel like listening to it, yes, it would be picked up for many hours after. Body temp might not even begin to drop for several hours, like not even 1 degree. So again, obviously in this kind of case with really low temps, I mean, they weren't low at the time, but by late afternoon it was getting low. So 1 to 2 hours probably would be the maximum that they wouldn't start to drop yet. But either way, they would obviously be detected. So unless the drone operator is a complete incompetent with faulty drone equipment and thermal imaging camera equipment, it would have picked them up. Now, he stated that he picked up deer and people and all that. So by all accounts, his equipment was functioning properly. So continuing on here, we also see the drop-off area and also the Monon High Bridge trail entrance. Now, we do have a lot of conflicting testimony. Did Bridge Guy really enter from the bridge entrance? And all of these other possibilities, we've gone over them pretty exhaustively, so I won't go over all of those scenarios yet. But this Google Earth imagery is quite helpful, specifically in looking where Ron Logan's home is, but also Ron Logan's sheds, shacks, outbuildings that were closer to the creek bed. I don't know, through this forest cover, it's unclear exactly how many outbuildings he had and exactly where they were. So an interesting post here from Just Wonderin' IF. Just Wonderin' If, 1 year ago. These maps are helpful in illustrating how the girls weren't trapped or cornered or fearing for their lives. When the girls were at the end of the bridge, they could have been on the doorsteps of at least 2 homes within 30 seconds to a minute if they'd run. But they weren't scared for their lives. When you're at one end of the bridge and someone is coming towards you, you have to wait for the other person to get across before you can go back. That's what the girls were doing, waiting for Bridge Guy to get across so they could walk back. They might have thought he was rude and an a-hole for starting to cross before they could get it back, but they weren't fearing for their lives, or they would have run to either one of the 2 nearby homes before Bridge Guy made it all the way across. And this person is, of course, assuming that they didn't do that, or that they didn't know these individuals and possibly went willing with them, possibly even in another vehicle to another location. Again, all of these things are question marks. Another interesting post here regarding the helicopter activity. Earlier on the day the bodies were found, at one point you can see the helicopters hovering near the area once they realize that's the spot. Some of that footage was removed from the videos. Prior to the bodies being discovered, the helicopters were doing a much wider, more general scope. And would those helicopters also have curious footage, even though it's the day after? If the killer returned to kind of look at their handiwork or whatever, or was part of the search party, the helicopter footage could offer some clues as well in terms of tracking vehicles and matching them up to the day before as well. Now, here is a very, very curious post, which, if true, might be quite mind-shocking in how this all played out. Also by True Crime Me with 2 E's. I honestly feel like they did feel trapped. They didn't know where the dirt path led and probably didn't want to make Libby's dad wait, and knowing girls, they most likely also talked themselves out of running to a house because some dude was there, rationalizing that they are overreacting. Also, most people talk about them running after he says down the hill, not really the run up where people won't normally think, yes, this is a murderer 100%. Libby also had been previously told off by the homeowners on the other side of the bridge for trespassing. And being kids, getting yelled at is a big fear and a much more likely outcome. Let me repeat that again. Libby was also previously told off by the homeowners on the other side of the bridge. So when was that? Was that recently? Because that's crazy, because that must mean that could have been a factor in her not wanting to trespass and not escaping. I mean, this is really weird. Also, how often had she been there before? So if she's actually been there that many times that she was even told off by a landowner for trespassing, that increases the likelihood that someone else might have seen her there and was aware that she visited the area. And if this someone else also vetted the houses nearby and waited for them not to be home one particular day, and then he could exact this criminal act. I don't think they thought they were going to die that day, not until he got very, very close, but he made them so uncomfortable enough to make them record him. The terrain, the risk of getting lost in the woods, the homes being up and down hills, the idea of getting yelled at, not wanting to bother anyone for possibly overreacting at, and the possibility of worrying about Libby's dad getting mad if they made him wait, or find out they had crossed the bridge and were lost on the other side, most likely played a factor in why they would wait for him to pass and hope they were overreacting rather than running. They were scared, and they most definitely would have felt trapped by the location and the pressure kids put on themselves to be good and not get in any trouble. If the location was easier to navigate, they probably would have gone somewhere else if they knew where they were going. By the time fleeing seemed like the best possible option for them, it was too late, and the terrain is so rough and hilly, at least one of them would have been caught. An interesting response here by Sunset Paradise. These are such good points, and I completely agree. Abby and Libby remind me so much of my best friend and I when we were that age. We loved to hike and explore, but were absolutely terrified of getting in trouble or getting yelled at. Once we got lost and there were houses all around, but we never thought of asking for help because we thought we were overreacting. I mean, those are interesting points regarding psychology that haven't really been gone over extensively. But if that point is true, that Libby was yelled at by specifically that close landowner, wow, I mean, that could definitely play a factor. An interesting response here by Just Wondering If. The girls knew the area. Libby knew those houses were there and knew who lived in them. Abby's grandfather lived just on the other side of some of those houses. The girls knew how to get to those homes, but the idea of some random dude harming them was something no one in Delphi could conceive of before the murder, let alone the girls themselves. So if that's true that Abby's grandfather lives right there in that area, I mean, what does that mean? They were just waiting for him to get across so they could go back. I'm sure he made them uneasy, but never in a million years did they think he would harm them, or they would have run, not stood there and waited. There is no dead end. Not only did the girls know those homes were there, you can see them clearly from the end of the bridge. The homes are not obscured by dense foliage, they are right there. Regarding the point about them recording him, this user stated this: I disagree that Libby knew she was photographing Bridge Guy. I think the reason why the video is so pixelated that he cannot be identified is that he is in the background of a video of Abby. That's why it is less than 3 seconds long. If Libby meant to photograph him, She knew how to shift focus to the background and take a longer video. That is also an interesting point, unless, of course, the video is not even taken from her phone. Again, I am not alleging it is or it is not. If you haven't checked out the podcast, The Trail Cam, make sure to check that out. Here is another image of the Monon High Bridge area, 2017, specifically of the sandbar and the cemetery. So here is an interesting post from MLH284 on the same subreddit. I have an uploaded image from Google Pro Earth, historical dating back to April 11th, 2017. This was taken within 2 months of the murders, and as the trees had not blossomed, it gives a pretty good sense of what all of this looked like. When I studied these nearly 3 years ago, my investigator brain explored some rationalities that still hold true for me today. I am not showing the topography here, but there are actually 2 down the hill areas, one right after the bridge ends and another as you approach the Deer Creek riverbed. The sandbar is the shortest distance across the water that I can find, especially if you enter the sandbar at the point closest to shore and walk to the narrowest point and cross. The image is a close-up of the end of the bridge, the sandbar, and the cemetery. Why do I include the cemetery? Because when you look at the video from the helicopter taken the day the bodies were found, where are the police, the mobile crime unit, and the coroner? All at the cemetery. Why? Because it's the easiest way to access the crime scene and also to leave the crime scene. I can't imagine anyone trudging back through the creek and over the bridge or through the woods to the trailhead, or anywhere for that matter, with soaked jeans and squeaky wet footwear. I think the perpetrator came and left via the cemetery, and yes, I do think he was very familiar with the area. He could have easily parked at the back of the cemetery, driver's side to the woods. He could have walked down to the creek, eyeballed a spot to take a potential victim across from the other side of the creek. He could have easily cut through the woods to the trail, avoiding the trailhead and parking area. Once done, all he had to do was walk back up the hill to the cemetery and get into his car and leave. No one to witness his wet pants, even if they were visiting the cemetery. If some of this or any of this is real, what does it say about the perpetrator? A response here. That is one of my biggest sticking points to this whole case. They say that this all happened between 2:20 and 3 p.m. How is this guy confident enough to march back toward the trailhead and across Freedom Bridge back to his car without the thought of obviously sticking out due to being wet, dirty, or even worse? Others seem to think this was the case, possibly laying low and slowly working his way back that way. I would assume it would have been much easier to just head the cemetery way. Maybe he had a change of clothes left in the area. It's really hard to tell. People who say they identified a man leaving the area around 3:30-ish never mention him being dirty or wet. So I'm going to read another comment here from the Mindshock podcast on YouTube. Brett posted this. In an interview with Kurtz, he said that Ron Logan was an old pervert. Kurtz knew Ron Logan well, and Ron Logan allowed Kurtz and his friends to ride four-wheelers on his land. It is my belief that Ron Logan's alibi was meant to be his alibi, and that Ron Logan was involved. I think Bridge Guy was dressed up to look like Ron Logan, same clothing, maybe even wore Ron Logan's clothes. Ron Logan was out of town the day of the murders, and he had proof that he was. I think they were taking Abby and Liberty to Ron Logan's, and they were going to wait for Logan to return home so he could have his perverted ways with them and then kill them, but things went terribly wrong on the way. Maybe one of the girls fought or tried to run, and it pissed off their abductors to a point of killing them. Things can go south in a hurry, especially in a situation like that. I don't think Keegan Clyde had anything to do with the murders of Abby and Liberty. Okay, interesting comment there. Now, some people have been very suspicious of Ron Logan. Now, the Ron Logan Kurtz connection is, that is suspicious. You have a known criminal. This guy, a violent criminal. This guy is associated with Ron Logan, familiar with Ron Logan's land. It is tough to just write this guy off. It's very difficult to do that. Now, the other issues that don't make sense. Is it possible that their abductors did take them inside the house? That's why nobody saw anything. Maybe there was a scream, maybe there wasn't. But if there was no murder at that time out in the open where you could clearly see through all the trees, which people keep commenting on that, how the visibility, you could see through the trees from various vantage points. So if there was a grisly murder going on, people running and screaming and dying, it does seem like somebody would have heard something or saw something and that they would have been found that day. So is it more likely that they were taken elsewhere, either Ron Logan's or somewhere, some other location, and then they were returned? So if Bridge Guy was hiding out, or whoever, if the perpetrators were hiding out and they didn't make their escape, they just simply waited for a while, then possibly a long while, possibly blended in with the search. How would anybody know different? Then when they were, if they were searching in the woods that night, either a perpetrator or perpetrators in contact with each other, and they heard that the search was suspended, most people are going home, did they take that opportunity to move the bodies from, let's say, Ron Logan's to elsewhere? Or let's postulate this. Perhaps we haven't done that yet. Has this theory been discussed? If they were alive at Ron Logan's or a shed or elsewhere, and then they were going to be taken to yet another location, and something went wrong in those early hours of the next day, and they were killed where they were found, but simply just a few hours before, not the day previous. And there are rumors, of course, that one of the bodies was still warm. One of them could have possibly been alive in the ambulance. Again, these are just rumors. I'm not alleging they are true or untrue. I mean, it's amazing how many people just do not understand basic English when it comes to that. But would that explain the thermal imaging drone not picking up their bodies because they weren't there? And then they were there later, something went wrong. So if this theory is to be believed, does that have to mean that the perpetrators were involved in the search? Or at least an accomplice involved in the search, just to give them insider information, whether law enforcement or not? It seems like in order for this theory to be true, the perpetrator and or perpetrators must have possibly been involved. They must have been involved in the search in some way, or had some inside information regarding what was going on with the search. Even though it wasn't officially terminated, supposedly some people stayed and searched throughout the night, or almost throughout the whole night, until a certain hour. There were dark hours, so there was like 2 or 3 hours, I think, where nobody was there, or almost nobody was there. So if people were involved in the search and the only people that stayed were off in one particular area, and an accomplice could verify that nobody was specifically where they were found, and they gave them the go-ahead to try to transport them, either dead or alive, and then something happened at that location. That leaves, again, it's tough to rectify the limited information that we have without hallucinating and pretending that assumptions are facts or unverified reports are actually verified, therefore this can't be true or that can't be true. It's unknown. It's all unknown. So hopefully this case will be solved soon and we will have the answers. But we really can't make any of these crazy assumptions and then build all these house of cards theories, because there's some core facts missing. Law enforcement have withheld them for whatever reason, and a lot of them maybe law enforcement might not even know. The last thing I am going to go over here, actually, here's one more comment. I've asked the Scream and Why Cross the Creek questions for a week. I live in a heavily wooded neighborhood and did a little experiment with my wife. I had her turn on her Garmin phone and walk 1/10 of a mile, the distance as the crow flies from the center of the bridge to the location where the bodies were found, and yell for our dog as loud as she could. She didn't want to spook the neighbors with a blood-curdling scream. I could hear her. Couldn't have told what she was saying if I hadn't known, and might not have recognized the voice, but I could hear someone yelling something. We have a lot of pools in our neighborhood, and you can hear the kids squealing and yelling all summer, especially the high-pitched teenage girls, of which we have many around here. So yes, like you, I have questioned both. Why cross the creek, and why did no one hear anything? Just 2 more mysteries surrounding the case. Yeah, that's something, not just here, but again, with those barren trees at that time in February, there's some clear line of sights from a few different areas, not necessarily to the exact spot where the bodies were found, but to where some kind of chase could have occurred across the creek or whatnot. Another a follow-up here that's interesting. I live in a relatively quiet area near woods, and I can tell you in the winter, sound travels fairly far. Caveat with this, I don't know the local conditions of the park. Yeah, something doesn't square here. If you believe the commonly held chain of events, then you have to believe this guy is reckless and takes huge risks of getting caught. I can't reconcile that to this personality type who's obsessed with controls, just can't do it. Sure, he may have snapped, reacted based on something that happened, but if we're playing the probabilities, it's more likely he has total control of the situation from start to finish. Or again, if they were taken by someone they knew and not really taken, if they possibly even went willingly. Let's say if there was a catfish situation and the guy said, oh, he's a friend of the guy they wanted to meet, come with us, we'll take you to the other guy. I mean, who knows how that could have transpired? I mean, obviously it's highly unlikely they would go with a stranger, but if it really was a guy that was known to the family, one of their families, or possibly there's some connections there with Ashley Garth. I went over these connections in the previous episode. Check them out. If there was some kind of, maybe they had seen the guy around before, there was some kind of familiarity where there could have been slightly more trust than there otherwise would have been if he was a complete stranger. So this last post is posted recently on the Delphi murder subreddit. Did anyone see the girls? Question is very simple. Girls were reportedly dropped off around 1:38 p.m. The photo was uploaded at 2:07 p.m., showing Abby on the south end of the bridge. Not necessarily uploaded, made public at that time, or accessed at that time by whoever was viewing the Snapchat. We have witnesses that reportedly saw Bridge Guy, but from the time the girls were dropped off, no one seems to have actually laid eyes on them. Why is that? I have read and watched quite a few interviews, but have seen nothing that confirms anyone physically saw those girls. Have I missed something previously posted here or on other subs? That's an excellent question, too, because was it Carter or someone? There were around 80 people walking the trails before, during, and after the time in question. So that's not like one or two people. I mean, we have a few dozen people here. Did at least one of those individuals see the girls there? Responses here. Good question. I hadn't thought about this. My guess is that everyone interviewed must have been asked about seeing the girls and or Bridge Guy, and that the information gathered has not been made public. It's easier for me to believe that law enforcement is keeping quiet, it's what they've been doing, than the simple question wasn't asked. So here might be an explanation on why law enforcement apparently put Kelsey German through the ringer. A couple posts here. I am sure it was asked by law enforcement. So Kelsey, apparently in the interview with Kendall Ray, September 28, 2019, she said she was the last person to see the girls other than the killer, and talks about being interrogated. It seems the investigators came at her pretty hard and pointedly. On a November 10th, 2020 video, she says again that she was interviewed again for like the 500th time very recently, like last week. It's easy to see Kelsey German has been put through the ringer, and if they were that thorough with the family, they surely were just as thorough with other witnesses. Now, is that why they interviewed Kelsey German for the 500th time? Because if nobody else saw the girls there, where would law enforcement naturally move to next? Did Kelsey German really drop them off? Was that a cover story for something else? Again, I'm not saying Kelsey German is guilty of anything at all, but if there was some kind of catfish situation and Kelsey German wanted to cover for something, thinking that it was an innocent cover, and that was the cover. Again, not that she's responsible for anything that happened to them, but there's simply something else going on, and we might not have a proper timeline or even proper geographical locations for Libby and Abby. On the September 20th, so again, this is according to Infidel447, Kelsey German on September 28th, 2019 with Kendall Ray said she was the last person to see her sister and Abby alive. I also think at one point she said she saw others on the trail when she dropped them off, but later changed her story to that she assumed other people were on the trails but never actually saw anyone. I could be mistaken or have missed something, but at this point, from the time they were dropped off, no one ever saw them physically again, which is very interesting. It seems like a little talked about point. I do recall she said there were other people there. Then, of course, there was the black SUV. But that's curious. I don't know the timeline or if she's changed her story or not. People who have followed every single interview she's done, they can chime in here. But that would be a little bit strange, wouldn't it? Because, again, was it not reported that over 80 people were walking the trails in those approximate time periods? So it would be kind of strange that not one single individual saw them. That seems kind of weird. Now, locals did chime in that few people walk the trails. So again, if this was a normal, very cold day in February, that would be less likely. But apparently this was an unusually warm day, so there were a lot more people out than there normally would be at that time of the year. I mean, that's just another wrinkle here that it's hard to make heads or tails of this. So here's an interesting find. So with none other than James Renner, Kelsey German did an interview. James Renner posted this September 10th, 2018. And so in this video, Virtually a Detective Case 101, Delphi, Chapter 4, Kelsey said she only saw kids her age there at the drop-off point. So she said she saw plural, kids there my age. I mean, the sources here are saying that she said she saw 10 to 20 kids there. I did not hear that in the interview. I just heard in the interview she only saw kids her age. Kelsey German, I mean, by kids, we're talking like late teens here, obviously, not like little kids, but...
Do kids like to, like, hang out there and just hang out? Like, is that a hangout place?
Yeah, lots of kids do. Like, even that day, there were 10, 20 kids there when I dropped them off. And
oh,
even
really?
Before.
There were that many people there.
But when I got there, like after my dad had been there, and I got there after, and we all started searching, there weren't as many as there were when I dropped them off. So I think maybe there was like a little hole in people there at the time everything happened. So there was just that moment when it was just them.
Do you remember seeing anybody odd hanging out there when you drop people off? Anybody from out of town?
I only saw kids my age there when I dropped them. Yeah, lots of kids do. Like, even that day, there were 10, 20 kids there when I dropped them off. And 10, 20 kids there when I dropped them off. And
it's curious. So, has it been corroborated by any of those kids that Kelsey German did drop them off? And is that the story change? So, that's weird. Again, I do not know what to make of this. Again, I am not saying Kelsey... Maybe I don't know. Maybe she didn't mean in the exact same spot. Maybe she meant as she was driving by, she saw them. Maybe they weren't looking at her in the car, so they didn't see her or the girls. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different possibilities here. Also, did Derek German, when he was looking for the girls... Supposedly he spoke to Flannel Shirt Guy. Did Flannel Shirt Guy say he saw two girls on the bridge? Again, this has been broken telephone ad nauseum, but I would also think, of course, law enforcement would know this information. Another post here, no one credible has come forward to say they saw the girls. Yet, Flannel Shirt Guy is walking directly away from Ground Zero at or near the time of murders. That is something that has never sat well with me. All these people's stories are odd, but no one saw the girls. I really hope someday that all of this makes sense and the girls get justice. Now, is it time for a true application of Occam's razor here? Did no one see the girls because they weren't there at that time, and they were there at a different time? I'm just asking, because would that rectify everything? All of the anomalies and bizarre oddities, the thermal imaging drone, is everything squared away if the girls are not there at the time that everybody believes they are there? Now here's another Mindshock potentially smoking gun. This was posted by Maleficent Brush. I think the couple arguing under the bridge is the big lie. I believe what was heard was the girls being attacked. I think Abby was attacked first and Libby ran. That's when she lost her shoe. Again, the shoe that was not found until the next day, even though the exact bridge was walked and they were searched for. I believe flannel shirt guy heard Libby being attacked. The guy who claimed he was arguing with his girlfriend under the bridge never gave the woman's name. I don't know. Is that true? He also didn't come forward for a while. Is that true? When he did, he stated that he saw bridge guy and agreed with the older man composite. There's a good chance that he is the killer. Saying he was there arguing with a mystery woman follows the story. I have two suspects, this guy or the guy that lost his keys. Okay. I mean, yeah, these oddities, but even still, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's something wrong with the timeline. There's a reason why such a big deal is made out of timelines in cases. Because without a timeline, like, how can you establish anything? Without a clear, definitive timeline. And, I mean, if you want to see an even more bizarre case, check out the Maura Murray case, and there's a lot of suspicious individuals, narrative steerers, and obfuscators that play down even the necessity for a timeline, which is very telling. It's like they don't want the case solved. So timelines are, of course, critical to solving cases. So, yeah, these are all things to keep in mind. Would that also explain, would there be no clues in the satellite footage because nothing was going on in the window of time that everybody thinks something was going on? Obviously, the satellite footage could still be key for many other reasons and time windows other than that of what is being investigated. If the girls were really there at the time alleged, would this case have been solved? A lot of questions. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member for exclusive access to members-only streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. You can become a patron, support the channel that way. And make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.